Welcome back to Northern Perspective, everyone. I'm Cypher.
And I'm Fox.
And we found the source of the static and the clicks and all of that. As it turns out, we started getting interference with Fox's mic for some reason. It took about a half an hour, maybe even 45 minutes to actually figure that out. But we managed to resolve the problem, so I'm pretty sure that everybody should be getting nice, clear audio from both Fox and I now. So if you're not, please let us know, but we're pretty confident that everything should be on the level. We don't know if Barnaby's going to be here tonight, but I will leave the rest of the introduction to Fox.
So because tonight is a weeknight live stream of the committee from the day, unfortunately we won't be able to address regular questions in the chat, but we will be addressing super chats.
Excellent. So we're at 400 viewers with 200 likes. We're 50% behind. Imagine the folks just getting in or kind of finding their seat and settling down in chats. So if you could hit that like button as soon as you're oriented, that would be great, because we want to make sure that this stream gets pushed out to Canadians. It is really important because that's what YouTube uses to actually suggest this to other viewers, is the amount of likes that it actually gets. So don't like it because you like it because you want other Canadians to learn more about what the heck is going on with this ArriveCan scandal.
What the hell is going on?
That's right, Mr. Cooper.
To say, well said.
So there we are. And who knows, maybe Barnaby's staying away just because he heard all of the gossip about what was going on with Khalid and committee, which we still don't know what it is. So I don't know if we're intrigued or terrified to see that. So, but I understand a few of you have watched this. I saw there was a trigger warning earlier, so I don't know what that's about, or if it was just somebody having some fun. But Goko Donnie's already having some fun with gifting 5 Northern Perspective memberships. Thank you very much, Goko Donnie. So,
and I just received word that Barnaby will be joining us shortly.
Oh.
So keep an eye out for him soon.
So let the abuse of Barnaby commence as it relates to Khalid. He's actually missed out on a lot of good jokes. So there we go. But let's see if we can find him a good conservative girl to chase after rather than a liberal girl. So
You mean a good conservative girl like his wife?
yeah, like that. Exactly like that. So anyhow, so I will mention it now, and just in case I forget to mention it later, to all of our live streamers, it is very, very important that you show up on the Sunday night live stream. I cannot stress it enough. You will regret not being there. Let me just say that. Nilik with a $2 super chat. Like, share, and grab your popcorn. Absolutely. Grab that popcorn. Okay. Alrighty. I think we're ready to start, folks. So we are about to get into the Standing Committee on Public Accounts. Who is going to be at committee today? Well, the reason why we picked today is because the witnesses / guests at committee are executives from the Treasury Board Secretariat. What is the Treasury Board Secretariat? Well, it is I would say a little known agency, but it is the most powerful agency actually within the government. Why? It controls the money, folks. So you may think, well, isn't the Department of Defense more powerful than the Treasury Board? Nope, because the Treasury Board Secretariat controls the funds that actually goes to Department of National Defense. So this is one of the most important agencies in the government. It actually allows government to function. So it should be really interesting. As some of you probably know, there is a new Chief Information Officer since the previous one resigned due to how nuts the government is. And we get to hear from him. I'm not sure what he's going to be able to provide, given that he's new in his role. But it'll be interesting to hear from everybody else. Gokodani with a $5 super chat. Let's get this party started. No adulting till noon. No sleep till Brooklyn either, right? And we got Flighty Boy with a $5 super chat. Do you think spring election before boundary change is still possible? The budget is presented on April 16th, and there's a pharmacare announcement tomorrow. Yeah,
It's not April 22nd yet, so it's still technically possible.
It's interesting. If we get past April 22nd, I don't see the point in a spring election at that point. Well, at that point, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter when it comes. But just from a motivation standpoint and a strategic standpoint, it makes sense for either the Liberals or the NDP, especially since the NDP saw their support in the Durham riding half of what the actual federal polling was projecting. So that's something that the NDP should really pay attention to. Did you have anything else to say about the...
I haven't lost hope yet. I think it's probably less likely than than in January, before they made the initial pharmacare quote-unquote deal. That's not really a pharmacare deal. It's definitely still possible, if you ask me, especially because you've got that April 22nd boundary change deadline looming. And Jagmeet's been doing some weird stuff. I can't get a read on this guy, but in one breath he's saying, we made this great pharmacare deal with the Liberals, and then in the next breath he's saying we have to go to election and get more NDP MPs because the Liberals and certainly the Conservatives aren't going to be putting this pharmacare through. And then he's sending out letters that are saying, we need to beat the Conservatives in an upcoming election as early as spring. So I just can't get a read on the guy. He's not doing things logically. He's not doing things the way I certainly would if I was him or his campaign manager. So I guess, unfortunately, we just have to wait and sit and see. Yep.
So time will tell. David Edwards, a $2 super chat. A couple names. Khalid B.
Oh man, those couple names are always so cringy.
There you go.
That was fun though.
Alice Avonlea with a $5 super chat. Let me guess, we'll see Mr. Filth. Well, we're supposed to see him in about a week and a half, so we'll see. 420 hitter with a $2 super chat. I hit like and smoking a joint, ready to laugh. Okay. Geese with Teeth with 5 gifted Northern Perspective memberships. Thank you so much for that. And Trish Pruill with a $5 super chat. You realize we will be functioning on 1 hour less sleep on Sunday. Time change Sunday at 2 a.m. Yeah, that's going to be rough, but good thing we'll start on time, we'll end on time, just for everybody's benefit. And Space Dave 2000 with a $2 super chat. When's that early election? Jughead may not do it. Well,
listen, we've said it before. We don't predict the future, but based on all of the signs that we were seeing and all of the information that we had available, we made the projection that it would be before the riding boundary change on April the 22nd.
And just strategically, it doesn't make sense for Jagmeet not to want an election this spring. So
yeah, he's really going to shoot himself in the foot if he waits either to the summer, the fall, the new year, etc., because they're going to lose seats. Just the way that the map is being redrawn, they're automatically losing seats. That's why Daniel Blakey quit. And
their numbers, their polling numbers, have been going down steadily for the last 3 months.
And they're going to continue to go down if they keep their cart attached to that Liberal horse.
Floody Boy, no, can you give us just a little hint at this live stream we'll hate to miss?
Nope.
Well, the hint is you have to be there.
You have to be there because we're going to announce something fun.
We're going to announce something. It's not. We're not announcing an election, don't worry.
Yeah, I wish we had that power.
So, anyway, Barnaby is in the chat. Let the insults begin. So,
don't be too rough on him, folks.
Be kind. We still need him around here to help with the chat. Anyway, folks, let's get this party started, and let's not give Barnaby too much
emotional damage,
because we know we're going to get some. So here we go. Let's get in our seats, and we're off to the Standing Committee on Public Accounts.
Welcome to meeting 106 of the House of Commons Standing Committee on Public Accounts.
In hybrid format pursuant to the standing orders, members are attending in person in the room and remotely using the Zoom application. A reminder that all comments should be addressed to the chair.
Pursuant to Standing Order 1083, the committee is resuming its study of Report 1, ArriveCan, referred to the committee on Monday, February 12, 2024.
We have a full house. Thank you all for appearing in person. From the Office of the Auditor General, Karen Hogan, Auditor General of Canada, Andrew Hayes, Deputy Auditor General, and Sami Hanoush, Principal. Nice to see you all again. From the Treasury Board Secretariat, Roche Huppé, nice to see you again. Sir, the Controller General of Canada, Samantha Tattersall, Assistant Controller General, Acquired Services and Assets Sector, Dominique Rochon, Chief Information Officer of Canada, Karen Cahill, Assistant Secretary and Chief Financial Officer, Emilio Franco, Executive Director, Procurement, Material and Communities Directorate. Ms. Hogan and Mr. Huppé, you'll each be given a maximum of 5 minutes for your remarks, after which we'll proceed to rounds of questioning. As is traditional, I'm going to give Ms. Hogan the opening 5-minute statement. Nice to see you again. Over to you, please.
Mr. Chair, thank you for again inviting us to discuss our report on ArriveCan. I would like to acknowledge that this hearing is taking place on the traditional unceded territory of the Algonquin Anishinaabe people. This audit examined whether the Canada Border Services Agency, the Public Health Agency of Canada, and Public Services and Procurement Canada managed all aspects of the ArriveCan application in a way that delivered value for money. I would like to note that the Treasury Board of Canada Secretariat was not examined as part of our audit. The Secretariat is responsible for ensuring that tax dollars are spent wisely and effectively for Canadians. The Treasury Board of Canada has issued policies and directives on program management and contracting to departments and agencies. When it comes to contracting and procurement, Public Services and Procurement Canada has also developed the supply manual. Comme nous l'avons indiqué dans notre rapport, même si le...
As we noted in our report, while the Secretariat had put in place some flexibility in the procurement and contracting processes during the pandemic to allow for the desired outcomes to be achieved in a timely manner, it had emphasised that government organisations still needed to exercise due diligence, control spending, and document their decisions to ensure accountability. In our previous appearances before this committee, we have stated that in the case of ArriveCan, we did not find records that clearly showed what was spent, what it was spent on, who did the work, or how and why contracting decisions were made. These records should have existed. Mr. Chairperson, this concludes my opening statement, and we'd be happy to answer any questions from members of the committee. Thank you for your time. Thank you very much once again. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairperson and members of the committee, for the invitation to appear before you to discuss Report 1 of the Auditor General on ArriveCan. Before I begin, I would like to point out that I am speaking to you from the unceded traditional territory of the Algonquin Anishinaabe people.
Great job of that, Mr. Chair, so I'm going to skip that. Mr. Chair, Canadians expect the Government of Canada to be well managed. They also expect their government to have the rules and controls in place for the sound management of their tax dollars. Audits like the one performed by the Auditor General of Canada on ArriveCan are important instruments to ensure those expectations continue to be met. The findings of the Auditor General are clear and sobering. Requirements and good management practices were not followed. As the Auditor General has noted several times, the rules were there, but compliance was not.
So I'm going to stop that there because I continue to find this ridiculous that in the first bunch of ArriveCan committee hearings where you had PSPC come in and you had CBSA come in, all you heard was all of the rules were followed. There was nothing to see here. And then the Auditor General's report drops And now everyone is saying, oh, well, rules weren't followed and documentation wasn't done and all of this stuff. So here's the thing about process and well-managed companies and well-managed organizations, and the Government of Canada is just a big organization. If it's running well, nothing should be a surprise. And why? Because your processes have pieces that are built within them so that it actually it will control for any faults in that process. So, like, the fact that nobody seemed to know, quote unquote, nobody seemed to know that this was even happening, it should sound alarm bells around the entire government. Problem is it's not. Everyone's like doing, the Captain Kirk, oh my God, I'm so surprised, type of reaction to this, when they shouldn't be surprised. Kevin Lamoureux, there was a clip that we were watching. We were going to, I can't remember if we included it in a video or not, but he was debating the Conservatives on the motion that required Justin Trudeau to present a report back and, go after and get all of the taxpayer funding, our funds refunded as it relates to the ArriveCan app.
That was that motion they passed.
Yeah. And he said, it's not a surprise that there's problems with the procurement system. Nobody should be surprised. And I'm sitting here thinking, wait a minute. Okay, if you're saying it shouldn't be a surprise, that means you damn well knew about it. And if you knew about it, you guys have been in government for 8 years now. Why didn't you do anything? So you've known, you're allegedly saying you've known that it's been like this. And again, this is a way for them to try and throw it back to the Harper government. Well, it's been broken since the Harper government. Okay, well.
So you've had an opportunity for the last 8.5 years to fix it. Why haven't you?
Exactly. Right? So this is the whole problem.
I mean, it's like, I don't know, it's like being an adult at our age and still blaming our parents for certain things.
Yeah, exactly. Space Dave 2000 with a $2 super chat, but is Jughead on the Liberal take? No, I don't think he's on the Liberal take. Bradley Gagne with a gifted Northern Perspective membership. Thank you very much, Bradley. Dan Demand 966 with a $5 super chat. Just waiting to see if Charles Sousa knows the conversation is about ArriveCan. Just double checking in his words. I think I'll probably have to create a meme about that, about him saying, I just want to make sure this isn't related to ArriveCan.
I mean, you have so many clips to pick from.
Right? He said it so many times. But it's going to be fun, like, in like 2 years. That clip's just going to come out of nowhere. Peter Witten with a $2 super chat. Is Diane in the house? We need a lawyer on board.
I haven't seen her.
Not yet.
I don't know.
She might be.
If she snuck in since I looked. But...
Speaking of that caused me to look at the viewers versus likes. There's 1,200 viewers and 700 likes. See if we can close that gap, chat. Barnaby, let's go. Hunsford with a $5 super chat. Morning, I'm about 12 minutes behind. I'm watching from my normal place. Don't forget to like, subscribe, and share, folks. Amen to that. Much. We are almost at 53,000, so we just need to bridge that gap. Coco Donnie with a $20 super chat. Fire season begins April 1st. Please don't be a flicking idiot. 60% of our fires are caused by humans, not climate change. For the next 3 to 4 months, I will barely be home. AC 130 drinks my truck in one gulp. F-18-2 with external tanks. Well, thank you very much for being a part of that firefighting team, Goko Donnie. It's people like you that keep our forests safe. As well as government funding to actually increase the amount of forestry management that we have. Anyway, let's continue, folks.
Monsieur le Président, le gouvernement du Canada.
Mr. Chairperson, the Government of Canada has put in place rigorous multi-level controls for public procurement. These rules are enshrined in law, notably the Financial Administration Act, as well as in mandatory Treasury Board policies.
Wait a minute. Sorry, I just saw something. Sean with a $7 super chat. Okay, starting a pool. Khalid will motion for an adjournment in 5 minutes for $20.
Yeah.
10 minutes for $40, or not in this committee meeting. 100 Northern Perspective memberships. Okay, so So what I get from that is if it goes 5 minutes, then it'll be $20. Or if she does it within 5 minutes, it's $20. If she does it within 10 minutes, it's $40. And then if we go beyond 10 minutes, then it's 100 Northern Perspective gift memberships. That's what I'm interpreting that as. Okay. And Jarsha with a $5 super chat. Susan's wife hands him a list of groceries to buy. Quote, so just to be clear, this has nothing to do with the podcast. That's brilliant.
Amazing.
Okay. So if anyone wants to match Sean, I think that's what his challenge is. But otherwise, Sean's throwing the gauntlet down. Let's see what happens, Khalid.
Together, they set out clear requirements for the administration of government, which deputy ministers must meet, including those relating to financial management and procurement. In addition, departments and agencies have an audit function to identify and address internal weaknesses in existing controls. We promote compliance with these requirements through training and guidance, such that employees across the government apparatus are aware of their obligations and act accordingly.
I am deeply concerned by the findings of the Auditor General's report. We have taken note of CBSA's response to the recommendations and will be closely monitoring their action to ensure that identified issues and deficiencies are addressed. Again, as the Auditor General has noted, we do not believe that more rules are the answer. Procurement is already complex enough. Rather, this issue serves as a clear reminder that departments and agencies need to ensure that they are placing the utmost importance on ensuring that procurements are fair, open, transparent, and withstand the closest public scrutiny. Parlant de transparence, il est essentiel que les Canadiens et Canadiennes.
On the issue of transparency, it's crucial that Canadians be able to count on transparent, reliable information when it comes to government procurement activities. Unfortunately, recent reports, including those from the media and the Procurement Ombudsperson's Office, have highlighted problems with the proactive publication of contracts.
I have asked all institutions to confirm the number and value of all contracts they have issued to GC Strategies, Dalian, Coradix, and joint ventures between Dalian and Coradix. All institutions must verify that the information about these contracts posted on the Open Government portal is complete and accurate. Mr. Chair, information regarding GC Strategies and its previous corporate entity, Corradal Systems, has already been received, and I can confirm that between January 1st, 2011 and February 16, 2024, departments reported that there have been 118 contracts with that supplier totaling $107.7 million. Providing accurate and open information about our contracts is essential to safeguarding the trust that Canadians put in their institutions. We are committed to working with all government organizations to fully meet our transparency obligations. Monsieur le Président, ceci met fin à mon allocution.
Mr. Chairperson, this concludes my speech. My colleagues and I will now be happy to respond to any questions you may have.
And would MLC. Meeting round, Ms. Kusi joining us virtually. You have the floor for 6 minutes, please.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you again to all of our witnesses for being here today. It's very much appreciated. Auditor General, we thank you very much again for this incredible report. So, to review, ArriveCan is an application that was supposed to cost $80,000 according to a group of individuals who were able to put this application together over a weekend. The number we were working with for a long time was $54 million, not a small sum. But as a result of this report, the Auditor General's report, we determined that ArriveCan cost a minimum of $59.5 million, $60 million of Canadians' hard-earned taxpayer dollars. And in fact, in her report, as you know, the report stated that this number might in fact even be larger as a result of poor documentation, missing documentation. So Canadians are very well on the hook for ArriveCan for more than $60 million. So I have a simple forward question for the Comptroller of Canada, Monsieur Huppé. A straight question, a yes or no for Canadians, please. Do you believe that Canadians receive value for money with ArriveCan? Yes or no, please.
Thank you. Based on the Auditor General's finding, value for money was not, there was no documentation to support the different spend on this, so it was very difficult to understand exactly the value for money at the end of this. So I have to say that I did not audit these contracts, did not audit the work, but I rely on the work of our Auditor General that's pointed out that it was extremely difficult to, and I don't want to put words in her mouth here, but it was extremely difficult to follow the trace. There was poor financial records. So value for money right now was completely difficult to assess, I would say.
Oh, come on.
Did the Auditor General not say verbally that Canadians didn't get value for money?
She certainly did say that.
Okay, I didn't think I was mistaken.
And she said that a few times, right? She said that a few times. So already we see how the Treasury Board is going to be leaning here.
Well, they're trying to protect their own skin, right? Because it's them who released the funds for this project, right?
Yep. And this guy here, everybody, he's the comptroller. So there's a position in many organizations called the corporate controller, and they essentially control the financial transactions. They're kind of like the beating heart of the organization's finances. So they control and are responsible for all of the transactions financially that happen within an organization. So that's kind of what this guy is when it comes to Treasury Board. And if you look at that, he has a pretty important job. So if he's the comptroller for the Treasury Board, then that also means that he has visibility to every single financial transaction, whether he looks at it or not, within the federal government of 300,000 public servants. So not insignificant. But what is significant is the fact that I believe we're actually past the 5-minute mark. Let me just double check here, folks. We're actually past the 10-minute mark.
Oh.
So there's your
high stakes.
There's your 100 Northern Perspective gifted memberships there, Sean.
Well, it hasn't gotten to the end yet. So that's like the end goal, I suppose.
Well, I thought it was within the first 5 minutes and within the first 10 minutes.
I don't know. Sean can let us know in the chat.
Yeah, Sean can let us know. Anyway, it's his bet.
Anyway, what I do want to see is some more likes, please. We're about 500 behind, so please hit that like button for us.
And we have Cass Awakening with a $5 super chat. I'm just going to apologize in advance for Khalid. She must be still lost from her last committee with Brock Barrett and Cooper. Okay. Can't wait, I think. And the dude with a 6-month member comment. Thank you very much. The only transparency going on here is that it's transparent. There's too many crooks in this mess.
So many.
And Goko Donnie with the $10 super chat. BF retail and airport charges. I could tell what it costs per plane, helicopter, per flight. Jet A was $1.72 a liter wholesale today. BF HST before HST. Yeah. Challenger 300 is
8,004
liters to the paint. Wow. So it's not cheap. It's not cheap.
Well, and you're relying upon her words, Monsieur Huppé. She, in fact, did state that she did not believe that Canadians receive value for money.
Excellent.
Okay, good. I was right.
I'm glad Stephanie Kuzi was paying attention just as well as we were. So, okay. Clearly we have good memories. So, yeah, Auditor General clearly said that. So if you rely on her words, then you better be saying the same thing.
And it sounds from your comments as though you are in alignment with her. Monsieur Rochin, we know the unfortunate fate of your predecessor that still hangs overhead of this committee in this investigation today. I will ask the same question of you on behalf of Canadians. Do you believe that Canadians for $60 million plus received value for money with ArriveCan? Yes or no, please?
Thank you for the question, Mr. Chair. And I'm not going to contradict what Huppé just said. I think the Controller General's answer would be the same that I would give, with the qualification that, of course, it was a complex system that was produced on an emergency basis. We're talking not just the development cost, but the operational costs, the maintenance costs, the upgrade costs. So not exactly an easy thing to determine with regard to value for money, but very troubling what the OAG found with regard to a lack of documentation. And as a result, I would agree with both the AG report and Mr. Rupe in saying that there were some shortcomings with regard to value for money.
Wait a minute. I have a big problem with what Mr. New CIO just said. This is the guy. He's the new CIO of Canada.
How new? Do you
Like
know? Like
a
a couple
month?
months? Okay. So brand new.
But I did look him up. He's been a public servant for a long time. So
Well, that seems to be the problem with a lot of these guys. And I'm not saying everybody, but just like the ones we're seeing in committee, it seems like they've been in public service forever. And they're kind of stuck in their ways.
Yep. Well, and when you never learn the proper way of doing things, because I hear from people a lot, the government doesn't do things properly. Like, well, heck, when they're making up their own terms and their own things and their own processes.
And giving away $60 million for no good reason.
Yeah, it's pretty safe to say that they're not doing things properly. Anyway, when he says that, oh, well, this is complex and there's upgrades and there's support costs and, so that's going to be difficult to quantify. Well, wait a minute. You're the head of IT in all of the government, and you're saying that an app like that or a service like that is difficult to quantify in terms of value for money. Then by that aspect, then you're saying every service is difficult to measure value for money, because every single service that IT provides, it has build costs, it has development costs, it has support costs, it has upgrade costs,
Maintenance costs.
So you're saying that's for everything. You're the guy in charge of IT? Wow.
So wait, who did this guy replace?
Catherine Luella.
Oh, she was the one that was actually trying to do an honest job, and then
She quit. She said, I'm done.
Yeah, she's like, I can't do what needs to be done. You guys won't let me, so why am I here?
Yeah, she was basically like, you people are crazy. I'm out of here.
And this is what happens in toxic work environments when you get somebody good that comes in and they do want to change things for the better. They can't. Often their hands are tied because their superiors won't let them. Their coworkers won't let them, because all of a sudden you've got like this person doing a really good job is making everybody else look bad.
Right.
So either that person becomes as bad as the rest of them, or they just leave.
There you go. So the fact that this guy is not even 6 months on the job and he's saying this, and let's be real, folks, the only reason he's saying this is he was told to say this. He was told to basically toe the line. And no doubt that's why he was hired, because he was from internal. Anyway, we should all be very concerned that this guy is the Chief Information Officer of Canada. But before we get anywhere else, just me, Nicole, with 5 gifted Northern Perspective memberships. Thank you very much, Nicole. And we have AGM88 with a 279 super chat. Thanks for providing entertaining and informative content. It is absolutely our pleasure. In a way, we wish we didn't have to, because that would mean...
we wish the government wasn't this corrupt and that the mainstream media wasn't, kind of trying to spin it in a certain light, but
it is what it is.
Here we are.
The government needs objective watchdogs, and we will do our best. And Mike Banlett, member for 3 months, with a comment. I think the Liberals will try to shut down the committee that Firth is scheduled to testify because he needs the time to work on their resumes.
Maybe he's gonna go hide in the chalet.
Maybe he'll testify from the chalet. Elsie with a $2 super chat. Happy Wednesday. Thank you both for being here, and thank you all for being here. All 1,400 of you, with 1,033 liking it. So we're still about 400 likes behind. If we can get that up, that would be great. Gokodani with a $10 super chat. Fancy Socks' favorite plane, jet with Prist L at $1.88 a liter wholesale, times 8,004.
Wow,
is $15,000.
That's a lot of money.
And that's before any surcharges. $17,000. Price will rise come April 1st. All on our tab, right?
Oh, of course.
It.
And these guys are saying that we have to pay a carbon tax because it's saving the environment or some garbage. Meanwhile, if the environment was really at risk and things like, plane rides and driving to work in your car and that sort of thing really affected things, these politicians wouldn't be doing it.
Well, and the unbelievable thing is that we're paying the carbon tax on his plane. Like, that's the stupid thing in all of this. So it doesn't inhibit him going anywhere. It doesn't inhibit the car drivers for all of the politicians going anywhere, because we're the ones paying the carbon tax. Pandemonium with a $5 super chat. Why can't Barnaby find a nice block girl? I agree.
Because Barnaby, I don't think you speak French that well, do you?
Who openly wants to destroy the country, as opposed to Khalid, who wants to do it through subversion. At least
you know what she's up to, I guess.
Yeah, the block doesn't hide anything. They're just like, this is what we want. And Bones with a $5 super chat. There is a disease we all dread on this committee, Khaliditis. Beware Barnaby. She spreads lies while the rest of us send her hate mail.
Oh, no, don't send the MPs hate mail. You can send them things like, I don't appreciate you backing Bill C-63, for example. I think that's wrong, etc., etc. But please don't send them like actual legit hate mail.
All right. Okay, here we go.
No, I very much appreciate that response. And to add to your responses, I will also indicate that the AG did say repeatedly, and as she is in the room today, I'm not afraid to say this, that she also believed that the pandemic, the crisis situation, is not an excuse for Canadians not to receive value for money. And I think that this is a very important lesson going forward. You also mentioned about the testing. It was also determined in the Auditor General's report that many of these tests were not even completed. And of course, when we look back again for the value for money, we think about the testing and the outcomes. This app sent 10,000 Canadians needlessly into quarantine. But as for value for money, it seems as though we have definitely come to the consensus today that there was not value for money. I will press forward then. The Treasury Board mandate is to provide oversight of the government's financial management and spending, as well as oversight on human resources issues and digital transformation issues. So again, Monsieur Huppé, I would like to know, please, was the Treasury Board involved in reviewing the contracts approved for ArriveCan for both the CBSA and the PSPC, please?
No, in this particular case, no, because they were done within the authorities of either CBSA or Public Services and Procurement in this case. So as you understand, there's a delegation of authority. Departments act within their own authorities. If it would have went above these authorities, then the contract would have had to come to Treasury Board ministers. But in this case, it was delivered within the existing authorities of those two departments.
I appreciate your response, but that response is very difficult to believe in the total sum of the $60 million having been and potentially, even as the Auditor General said, up to 12 million, uncertain as to where it went. And perhaps I would encourage the President of the Treasury Board to evaluate these principles in an effort to determine where this funding really went. In Section 4.17 of the Directive on Management of Procurement, it states that both business owners and contracting authorities are responsible for protecting taxpayer dollars from fraud, corruption, unethical business practices, and collusive behavior, as well as sharing information on wrongdoing, ensuring individuals do not accrue direct benefits, and requiring contractors and subcontractors to be ethical throughout their supply chains. From the Auditor General report, it's obvious that almost all of
Ms. Kuzi, you're just Ms. Kuzi, you have time for a brief question.
Okay, thank you. Has the Treasury Board followed up with the three departments at all in order to restore the compliance and investigate the systematic nature of this issue? And I will please direct that to Monsieur Franco, the Director of Procurement Material and Communities Directorate. Thank you.
Thank you for the question. So I think that there are various investigations underway with regards to the actions that have been identified, both in the Auditor General's report, the Ombudsman's report, and there's a management action plan that has been put in place by those departments.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, President. Merci, cher témoin.
Turning now to Ms. Bradford. You have the floor for 6 minutes, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And thank you to the witnesses for coming in today. I know the Auditor General's Department has been before numerous committees and numerous meetings on this very issue, and it is taking up an inordinate amount of your valuable time. So I do appreciate you coming back again. And to the Treasury Board, we are most anxious to hear from you today. So I will be directing my questions to the Treasury Board because we've had the AG's office here, as I said, multiple times. I'm not sure which of you will have the answers to these questions, so I would just encourage the most appropriate staff member to respond with the answer. So can you describe what procurement measures were brought in during the pandemic? And did these changes have an impact on the issue we are discussing today?
What procurement measures? What? I think she's trying to ask, were there any like expedited procurement procedures that were introduced during the pandemic? Okay.
Well, that would be a legit question, no? Because if things during the pandemic needed to happen very quickly because, you know, it was a pandemic, it was unprecedented.
Yeah, but so there's emergency procurement procedures, but the reason why I'm confused is because I haven't heard anything to date that would suggest that there was anything that was changed in terms of procurement procedures for the pandemic. Anyway.
Going to get to a couple super chats. We have Elsie with a $2 super chat. Thank you very much. It says, shout out to Barnaby. What a star. Yeah, he puts up with a lot of our abuse.
He sure does.
If you're new to the stream, we have just kind of like a running joke that Barnaby's kind of sweet on Ikra Khalid. So we tease him that he does not have the best taste in women. Gokudani with a $5 super chat. Sheplo / Cochrane will drink 80,000 to 150,000 liters per week. I only carry 20,000. They're all too small for a full tanker. Remote is the word some days.
There you go.
Interesting. And we have one from Angela Cardoso. Thank you. It says, Libs asking questions is a waste of air. It sure is.
Yeah, they should pay an oxygen tax every time they speak. And anyway, that was a $2 super chat from Angela. Thank you very, very much.
Thank you for the question, Mr. Chair. And correct me if I don't understand your question correctly, but during the pandemic, obviously, and I think a previous member said it, it was clear in the Auditor General's report, the pandemic was not an excuse to do things frivolously, I would say. So during the pandemic, there was an understanding that departments and people would need to react quickly, and most likely, in some cases, in order to deliver in this quick fashion, that maybe the control frameworks that would usually be followed would not be followed as usual. The direction that was provided to departments on many instances was that although we recognize that, and I had a chat with the then interim Auditor General about it, in light of that, the importance became the documentation, making sure that if you are going to make a decision, and some controls will be foregone, to document the rationale of your decision and to document any compensating controls that you would have put in place. For example, if normally you would have a front-end controls that your activity would go through, and maybe in light of time and the speed of action that you need to take, maybe you're going to build in a back-end control to make sure that you have the controls in place to at least validate the accuracy of what you're doing. So again, during the pandemic, there was a recognition that we would have to operate in some instances outside of those controls, but thus the importance of documenting the decisions and the controls, the compensating controls that we would have in place.
Okay, so that's a little terrifying. So what I heard from that is, no, there was no changes to procurement, but there were controls that were in place, and we just understood that people weren't going to follow those controls.
Yeah, that's worse than changing.
Yeah, that's basically like,
do whatever you want.
And gee, now, so they're saying they kind of knew that. I'm kind of terrifying that they're saying that they kind of knew that, which means that they shouldn't be surprised that ArriveCan cost $60 million, and begs the question, what other ridiculous projects were there that cost an inordinate amount of money that absolutely should not have? Makes you want to ask more questions. Anyway, Dave Thompson with a $13.99 super chat. For some reason that gave it to us out of sequence, Dave, but we're getting to it. Received a phone call from my Conservative Member of Parliament today looking for my support and to have a sign on my lawn. Obviously, yes. Do they already know something is coming? Anybody else?
Oh, I have
That's
not heard
interesting.
that, but that is very, very interesting. I hope that means an election is coming.
They don't normally ask you to put a sign on the lawn in
Unless
the
there's
middle
like
of term.
Unless there's a by-election
Unless there's a
coming.
by-election coming, but
if it's a current sitting MP, then there would be no by-election because the seat is filled. It's not vacant.
yeah. So
Wow, this is very mysterious. Thank you.
so if you're okay sharing, Dave, I'm curious as to know who your Conservative Member of Parliament is. And we have Diane Sylvain, who is making an appearance in chat tonight. Cypher and Fox, I need extra support with TBS as witnesses, as they were feared by all my finance staff when I was a manager in the federal government managing a budget, having flashbacks. LOL.
Oh no, ask Barnaby for one of his cocktail specials.
Yeah.
Bartender, I think is what he was saying.
Barnaby tender. There you go.
There you go.
Yeah, they are interesting. Alice Avonlea with a $3 super chat. Sounds like there's a blank check. Doesn't even sound like there's a check. It's just
just do whatever you want.
And whatever. Okay. What other silliness are we going to hear from Treasury Board?
And please make sure you hit that like button.
Right. So clearly one of the problems was that documentation was not done and those records don't exist. And that's why the AG has a lot of difficulty in actually even determining how much this application did cost at the end of the day. It's kind of her best guess because of the poor record keeping. So while the Treasury Board does have measures in place for procurement, it's clear that they weren't followed. And what is being done to ensure compliance in CBSA, for example, and across the government more broadly?
So what I could say is that the Auditor General's report is being taken extremely seriously. We're looking at all options right now. So there are the CBSA issue that we know of right now. We know that they've been audited by different parties at the moment, and they have an action plan to deal with this. We're also looking, as you noted, my worry as the Controller General is that I need to provide myself some assurance that the weaknesses that were noted, for example, in this audit, is something that could be viewed as mainly isolated. So we're looking at different options right now, trying to prepare a plan to see, what we will be doing to ensure compliance to the procurement policies and rules that should be respected.
Now, what role do ministers play in contracting and procurement? Like, did any minister sign off on any of these contracts?
So I haven't been privy to, like I said, I didn't audit the contracts. I don't believe in these particular cases. Okay, I see the Auditor General nodding, so she is agreeing with what I'm going to say. But yeah, I don't think these particular contracts were signed by the minister. So the departments operate within a set of authorities that are delegated to them most of them through the minister, then sub-delegated to the deputy minister, and then to assistant deputy ministers, onto managers, for example. When you sign something, it comes with an accountability. So these authorities that are delegated within an organization, when someone signs, for example, on Section 34, that is there to certify that work has been done. It's been done in line with the contract, in line with the price of the contract. That's your accountability, and you need to take that very seriously. So these accountabilities are delegated throughout an organization, and like I said, people have to be conscious of their responsibilities in discharging these authorities.
Well, and here's the thing that he's kind of not touching on. He's talking about this delegated authority, and this is all available online through the Public Service Procurement Act and all of this. So different people are given different abilities to approve things within government agencies, and that's what he's talking about when it comes to delegation of authority. It literally means someone is delegating their authority to approve financial contracts and financial relationships to another person in the in the organization, in the agency. And the minister delegates their authority down to the agency. So it's all a process of delegation. So anybody who is delegating, they have accountability. So yes, all of this is handled at the agency level, but that also filters up in terms of that delegation. So the minister is also accountable for what that agency is spending. Okay? So, you know, you can't get away from the fact that the minister is responsible for their departments. Otherwise, why do they even have departments in the first place? If you're not going to hold them to account, then just let the agencies do what they want. Oh, but we can't do that. And until you change that, sorry, it is what it is. Your ministers are responsible for what they are. The Minister of Public Safety is responsible for CBSA. The Minister of Health is responsible for the Public Health Agency of Canada. It is what it is. So to try and skirt around this and provide answers that, oh, well, you know, the ministers aren't responsible. That's a load of bull. It's a load of crap.
And we have the dude with a $5 super chat. Thank you very much. It says, when the RCMP actually start to do their jobs, like knocking on JT's door, he'll shut down government, in my opinion. The good news is that the RCMP operates outside of Parliament. So even if JT does try to shut down Parliament, the RCMP can still do their job and still investigate and still make arrests and things like that. So fortunately, they have nothing to do with the parliamentary schedule.
Yeah. So
he can try, but it's not going to work.
Yeah, it doesn't have any effect on that whatsoever.
And we're still about 300 likes behind, so please hit that like button for us.
Thank you for that. And what role did the Treasury Board play in the creation of the ArriveCan app?
Oh my God.
Did they ask that?
To my knowledge, direct involvement in the actual creation of the app, that was done under the authorities of the department. Again, our role was to ensure that the rules were there. We have procurement policies. We, at the beginning of the pandemic, the Auditor General mentioned a note to all departments from the Secretary of the Treasury Board. I've also told you that I had discussions with the then interim Auditor General because we knew that the processes may not be followed as usual. So again, our role was to make sure that people understood that should you forego the normal processes or control, that documentation was the key here. And I also own the internal audit function. So I did I've asked deputy ministers to use their internal auditors at the maximum to make sure that the documentation was going to be there and be sound. In case of we knew there was going to be audits on this, so you got to prepare yourself for these audits.
Thank you very much. Maintenant, Madame Sécla-Desgagnés.
Ms. Sécla-Desgagnés, 6 minutes. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairperson, and thank you to the witness for being here today.
Come on, audio guys.
We've already heard some very interesting things, and I'd like to issue a reminder about what's said on the Government of Canada's website. The Treasury Board Secretariat of Canada provides advice and recommendations to the Treasury Board on how the government invests in programs and services, as well as the way that it upholds regulations and management requirements. First question, do you feel that the recommendations and the Council of the Treasury Board was properly followed when it comes to ArriveCan? Response. Well, obviously, if I base my response on the comments of the Auditor General, the answer is no. She wrote in black and white that the policies were not followed. And as I explained earlier, in exceptional circumstances, such as a pandemic, documentation nevertheless has to be provided. Thank you very much. What is the use of recommendations and advice if those recommendations and advice are not followed?
Good questions. Barnaby, this is your new girlfriend.
I mean, we don't discriminate here.
No. I'm just saying, this is your new girlfriend because she actually asks good questions. Right? Khalid just...
Oh, sorry. I thought you were talking about the gentleman answering the question.
No. No, I'm not saying that the corporate controller is Barnaby's new boyfriend.
That's what I thought you meant.
I mean, whatever makes you happy, Barnaby, but, you know, whatever.
That's why I said we don't discriminate.
If you want to swing for those fences, that's up to you. But, Yeah, he's a little bald for my taste, but some people like bald people. Anyway, Gibb Salisbury with a $2.79 super chat. Did any other country have anything like this? Yes, and it was done for a lot cheaper. I think Germany had something, and it was done for a lot cheaper. And Humble Tracker with 10 gifted Northern Perspective memberships. Good to see you tonight. Thank you very, very much. And Alan LeBlanc with a $5 super chat. Barnaby side chick seems like doesn't save her armpits and legs. You're welcome for that image. Keep up the good reporting. Okay, I'm just going to move on from that. Thank you, Mr. LeBlanc.
Poor Barnaby.
And Dave Thompson with a $2.79 super chat. John Broussard. Okay, right. John Broussard. He is the chair of the Standing Committee for Ethics.
Yes, he is.
So, lucky you. That's all I have to say is lucky you. And Angela Cordoza with a $2 super chat. I was just going to suggest the Black Lady. There you go. See?
See, everybody in the chat's trying to hook Barnaby up with various MPs.
Phoebe Long, bald men are sexy. Amen to that, Phoebe. All the bald guys out there are liking to hear that. There's a lot of women that actually like bald men. So anyway, let's get off the path of Barnaby's dating habits and back onto ArriveCan.
Response. Had there been no directives, the Auditor General would have noted it, and there would have been a recommendation that there was not the proper regulations. Accountability is important. The basis of that accountability is solid directives and solid policies. Therefore, public servants and others must follow them. Failing that, there needs to be mediation. And in the case of this audit, we've noticed a number of shortcomings and weaknesses, and we are doing our utmost to ensure that this does not occur going forward again.
So just listen to reflect on that, folks. So everybody has to follow the policies, and if not, then there has to be mediation. This is the way the government talks about accountability.
Mediation, not discipline.
Right.
What?
This is the way this government operates. So if you don't follow the rules and $60 million of taxpayer money is just wasted, nobody's fired, we sit down and we say kumbaya and we have a little chat and say, okay, well, it's really important that you follow these rules, everybody. Okay? Discipline's bad, okay? This is the government in action.
Yeah, but this is a whole new generation. You look at parents today, and nobody wants to even tell their kids, "Hey, don't do that. That's bad," because they're afraid of damaging their little psyches or something. I don't know. You need discipline for society to work. Really, you can't just go around doing whatever you want. There has to be consequences.
Yeah, exactly. Let's see, Humble Tracker with a $50 super chat. Thank you so much for that. Hugs to all in chat. Thank you, Cypher and Fox, for the content. My apologies for not being as active lately. Got a lot going on, but happy to help chat and support freedom. We appreciate just you being here, Humble Tracker.
Yeah, it's good to see you. Thank you very much.
Glad you're doing well, and life takes priority. Don't ever apologize for that. And Marie Perrin with a $5 super chat. Barnaby is a good sport for taking all the ribbing. We love you, Barnaby.
We do love you, Barnaby.
And honestly, just so everybody knows, would you talk to him about this after the streams? He has a blast doing it. So it's all in good fun. And Trish Pearl with a $5 super chat. This is for Barnaby to buy some Kleenex to wipe away those tears. That's amazing. And Ravi Sadie's with a $5 super chat. How about, you didn't do what we asked you to? Oh, you're fired.
Oh, that only happens in the private sector.
Yeah, right. We need to privatize the government. How about that? Okay. Moving on.
In your opinion, the Treasury Board did its job. It issued its policies. Whether or not those policies were followed, well, you just wash your hands of that? Is that the way it works? Response, well, we did our job, yes. But of course, we're open to feedback. When we see audits of this kind of scope and size, the Auditor General clearly said that this is not one of the most glamorous audits she's seen, and we take that very seriously. So we're looking at this issue. We need to revise our policies and our directives in order to bolster the processes. There were previous audits and we issued additional manuals to do with the use of professional services, for example, in order to direct government officials such that they take the right decisions and consult the right documentation. And I'm referring to those to whom the responsibility is delegated. So rules must be followed. Who ensures that the rules must be followed? The buck stops with who in that respect?
Like these rapid fire, straightforward questions from the block are amazing. They're absolutely amazing. And we are of one mind with this MP from the block. She's kind of cute, Barnaby. Come on. But like really, she's saying, so like what? You tell them to follow it, and then you wash your hands of it. And he doesn't even really give a good answer for that. And then she says, okay, so whose job is it to make sure that these rules are even followed? Because if you listen to what he said before, he said, well, the rules have to be followed. And then when an audit happens, we get shocked by it, meaning no one's making sure that the rules are followed. So it's a wonderful follow-up question from the block.
Well, there's different levels of accountability. We're responsible to ensure that there are solid rules in place. We have an accountability model that is decentralised across the Canadian bureaucracy, and that means, as I said earlier, there are delegated authorities to the departments, and under the Financial Administration Act, there's an important thing to note here, and that is that deputy ministers, and I'll say this in English, I'm sorry, they're the accounting officers, and it's written in black and white in the legislation that deputy ministers have an onus on them to ensure that there are proper control mechanisms in place and to ensure that their programs are delivered in keeping with the policies. So in the case of the Canada Border Service Agency, the buck stops with the president of the CBSA. The onus is on him to ensure that the recommendations and advice of the Treasury Board are followed. Is that correct? Response. Well, there's a whole system. Obviously, the Deputy Minister can't lay eyes on every single contract that goes through the department, but they must ensure that there are controls in place, that there's a government system, and that those controls are checked and double-checked on a regular basis to ensure that things are working as they should. Now, you must be aware that controls are never 100% fail-proof. Sometimes there will be weaknesses and vulnerabilities detected, but the purpose of the controls is to ensure that programs and initiatives that are delivered by departments are in keeping with the rules, regulations, legislation and policies. Thank you very much. We heard earlier, I think it was yesterday in fact, we're hearing a lot of new things, but the representative from the Financial Association of Canada said that there were individuals, financial officers within the CBSA who were witness to conduct with which they did not disagree, that they raised red flags, that there was no follow-up to those red flags. So even when there are financial officers placed within departments and agencies, their concerns fall on deaf ears. How is it possible that there are controls, advice, directives, recommendations, policies, there are financial officers whose responsibility is to ensure that those processes are upheld, and at the end of the day they're not? How is that possible? I'm sure that there are some levels of control that are working, but the fact of the matter is that ArriveCan is probably the tip of the iceberg. You know, there are obviously internal controls that have not been put in place, that have not been upheld. How did this actually occur, in your opinion?
Okay, so just to sum that up, what the controller had said before is there's all these controls and there's people that are specifically placed within agency as, financial people that are supposed to, have this delegated authority, and they're the ones that are supposed to enact these controls. And what the block is saying is, well, in committee, we've actually heard from people saying that there's actually people that were in the CBSA that were waving their arms and jumping up and down that stuff was going on and nothing happened. So, everyone is saying, oh, well, it was a tumultuous time. We need to tighten our processes and yada, yada, yada. No, that's not what this was. There was stuff that was going on and people were raising alarm bells in the middle of this. and nobody was listening.
Yeah, not only were they doing it from within CBSA, Bottler was another whistleblower that had brought things to, their attention in, what was it, 2022, I believe?
Originally, it was 2021,
yeah.
and then it was again in 2022.
Yeah, and it had just gotten ignored. So, I mean, multiple individuals from multiple organizations are bringing this information forward, and nobody's doing anything about it.
No.
So I'd like to thank Angela Cardoso with a $5 super chat. It says, I give love to Barnaby's wife for putting up with our constant joking of hooking Barnaby up with other women. We love you, Mrs. Barnaby.
I'm sure she appreciates that.
And Rebby Sadie's with a $5 super chat. It says, there are different levels of accountability. It feels like JT is saying she experienced it differently.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's pretty bad. Yeah, you're right. Ugh. Nilik with a $5 super chat. It says, LOL, I love how he says there's different levels of accountability, yet no one wants to take on any level. What does anyone do?
Well, if we follow his logic, everyone keeps delegating their accountability until it falls off of the earth. So, at that point, it's delegated into limbo. That's the only thing that I'm getting from this guy.
Response. I listened to Mr. Richard's testimony yesterday, and I know him quite well. I meet often with him, and I have a lot of time for him. Now, I don't know the nature of the complaints per se, but I find what occurred deplorable if one is to rely on what was said. And, I have had experience with financial officers in departments for a period of 8 years, and if an individual raises a red flag and blows the whistle, I can tell you that there are normal steps that are followed, procedures that are followed, and the directors and supervisors of these individuals would have, of course, addressed the issues at hand. But clearly, there is a solid financial basis of control within the federal government. If you look at financial statements that follow the proper procedures and have done so for the past quarter century. So it is unfortunate that in this particular case, there were controls that were not put in place or not followed, unfortunately. Thank you very much. Mr. McPherson.
You have the floor for 6 minutes, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and nice to be on this committee with everyone today.
Okay, let's see if the NDP actually get to good questions here. So, anyway, not a lot different there. But Crash TV with a $5 super chat. We need our own Javier Milei to come on and affuer all these people, essentially meaning fire half of the government. So I don't disagree with that.
Wouldn't that be nice?
And I think that's what I would almost expect the Conservatives to come in. Like, don't just come in and start firing people, but come in and, like, just take an honest look at the government and say, okay, so these people, you provide no value. Goodbye.
Well, because the Trudeau government has increased the public service by almost 50%. It was 200 and something thousand. Now it's well over 300,000. During the Harper years, Harper had added, I think it was about 20,000 additional positions in the public service to help stimulate the economy. And as soon as things were better, he cut them because taxpayers don't need to be paying for that.
And Daniel with a $2.79 super chat invoking Mr. Garnet Jennis, who's not here, but he's here in spirit.
What is it that you do?
That is definitely the question for all of these people sitting at Treasury Board. Literally, what do you do? So you do all these policies, but you don't monitor them. So who does the work? And that's what Canadians want to know. And we also have Rebby Saves with a $2 super chat. Accountability is null.
It sure is.
So I assume that's a IT joke coming from Rebby Sadie's. So, all right, let's see what the NDP has to say. And I'm curious to see if there's any good questions coming from the NDP.
This is not my normal committee, so I'm eager to be able to participate, and I do want to thank all of the witnesses for being here today with us. Like many of the witness or the members of Parliament who have spoken before me, I'm quite horrified by the report. And on behalf of the constituents that I represent in Edmonton Strathcona, I want to express my thanks to you, Ms. Hogan, for this comprehensive report. It's shocking, but it's important information that you've provided for parliamentarians, so I'm very grateful. When I look at the report, however, I'm alarmed, frankly, that we have a procurement system in this country that is so vulnerable and that it has been taken so advantage of. I can't help but think of some of the organizations in Edmonton, Strathcona that I've worked with in my riding that have had to go through, incredible hoops just to get funding significantly less than $60 million. I think of things like the Canoe Volant, the Flying Canoe Festival, the biggest French festival in Edmonton. I think about the Edmonton Ski Club, the Ritchie Community League. None of them were able to access the funds that was able to be accessed in this case, the $60 million. And what organizations across this country could do with that money is frankly what I'm thinking of when I think about this waste. So I have a question, Ms. Hogan, for you. If you could just talk a little bit about, what do I say to the people in my riding, the organizations in my riding who are trying to get funding from this government, but see this incredibly unfair process? And would you agree that it seems like a system like this is in fact very much stacked against them?
Well, the procurement system in the federal public service is complex. There are so many rules, and I agree, and that's at times the complexity of trying to compete to get a contract makes it difficult for smaller vendors, which is why I am concerned that the reaction to the findings around ArriveCan would be to layer on more controls or make it even slower. And that would discourage competition. And the whole point about having competitive contracts versus non-competitive contracts is to encourage competition, to ensure that the public service gets the best value that they can for taxpayer money. So I'm just concerned that there might be a requirement that the rules get tighter or stricter or another layer on that will limit that competition. And I believe the Deputy Auditor General has said it before, and I've said it before in testimony in front of this committee. The business of government needs to keep moving forward. The rules, however, need to be respected in order to ensure that happens, and that just didn't happen in this case.
Here's an idea. How about you don't need to add more rules, but if you don't follow them, your ass is fired.
Yeah, you need to enforce the rules that you already have.
How about that? Because that's the problem. Like, that's the whole issue here is they're just looking this from a process standpoint. Oh, well, the process, there's three things that make any organization do anything. It's people, it's process, and it's tools or technology. You need those three things to do anything. So without one of those, the whole system breaks. So what's happened here is you have people and you have the technology or the tools, and the problem is they didn't use the process. So guess what? It broke. So the problem is the people. The people are not respecting the process. You can have the best process on the planet. If the people don't follow it, it doesn't work. So unless you have consequences for people that are actually required to follow that process, add in all of the rules that you want. It's not going to make a damn bit of difference. And the problem is this is what none of these people seem to understand. You have to have at least a perception of accountability. Meaning, if you don't follow something, your ass gets fired. You abuse taxpayer money. So, Raul says with $2 super chat, well, number 4 money. Yeah, okay, fair enough. Yeah, fair enough. You need money to get the people. You need money to actually buy the tools or technology. You don't need money to have the process, but everything supports the process. So,
and we also have Craig Robertson with a $2 super chat. Thank you very much. It says, we need cuts to MP and FR.
We need cuts to MP and FR. I'm not sure what the FR is. Oh, maybe for real? We need cuts to MP pay for real, maybe.
Oh, okay. I just read it wrong. Sorry.
That's probably what it is. That's probably what it is. The $2 level really limits you on character, so that's probably why he typed it like that. Thank you very much for that Craig.
And sorry, I butchered it.
That's okay. All right, here we go.
Yeah. Well, and from my perspective too, I mean, adding more rules when the rules aren't being followed is counterproductive, of course.
Wow. There you go. Okay, Heather McPherson is just in line with what we said. Adding more rules when the rules aren't being followed is counterproductive. Amen to that. Okay, we're on the same page. Keep going, NDP.
But also, I look at this issue of fairness. I look at the idea that for smaller organizations, it's almost impossible to meet the obligations of the federal government. I've worked in international development for most of my career. It's almost impossible for small organizations to access funding, for example, through Global Affairs Canada. But the issue, like, is there a way that we could look at ensuring, like, how do we make sure that the people are following the rules and equally make sure that there is that issue of fairness? You know, that's extremely important, that people who are trying to get benefits or services from the government that have repeatedly faced barriers are able to access those services. You know, I think about veterans, I think about people living with disabilities, Indigenous communities who are repeatedly told that no, they're not able to, they need to resubmit forms, they need to go to court, all of these things. And yet we see this government hand out seemingly open-ended contracts that you know, the eventual winners helped to actually write. So, you know, you talk about not wanting to add more barriers, Ms. Hogan. You talk about not wanting to make it harder. But do you see any hope for everyday normal Canadians who are just trying to get services from this government? It seems like every day we're getting closer to a privatized government.
I think I would point to some of the work that my office has previously done, and one on access to programs by vulnerable populations. And we identified the need for the government to really understand the barriers that certain populations face, whether they be remote, whether they be Indigenous. There are so many different barriers that need to be addressed, and that's very different, I think, from procurement. So if I would split the two, I would say that there are different recommendations and different approaches that are needed when it comes to ensuring that Canadians can access benefits that the federal government is providing, and that there needs to be more done there to identify who isn't accessing them and then how to remove those barriers. When it comes to contracting, however, there's a different set of rules, and I do think it still comes down to access. However, you don't want to make it so complicated that smaller vendors may not be able to participate in federal government procurement because everyone can add to the public service and make it better.
Wonderful. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much.
Okay, so some actual reasonable questions from the NDP there. That's a pleasant surprise. Again, it seems when it comes to ArriveCan, they're in line with the Conservatives in the Bloc.
Yeah, but when it comes to the Winnipeg Lab scandal
and SNC, not so much.
They get in the Conservatives' way. So. Thank you to Pink Emo Slayer with a $5 super chat. It says, I really dislike this mantra that has popped up from the Liberal Party. Keep moving forward. Keep moving forward off the fiscal cliff. Yeah, they really seem to have no respect for taxpayers' dollars. I think they think money grows on trees. I mean, when you've got a trust fund baby at the helm, I'm not too surprised. But it really is harming Canadians. Like, they need to rein back the spending and understand that this is taxpayer money. You are literally taking it from all of us and spending it on things like, I don't know, whiskey tastings and giving two guys in a basement, what was it, almost $20 million?
Well, here's my thought on this. If I was running the government, I would want the best people in the country to be in the government running the government. Now, what would come with that? I would make sure that they got great benefit packages. I would make sure that they got great salaries. But I would also make sure that I'm carrying no dead weight at all when it comes to that government. And that if you are spending taxpayer money, you are spending that with the respect that it deserves. And if you're not doing it, your ass is fired.
Your ass is gracias, right?
Yeah. Because seriously, it should be a privilege to be in the public service. It really should. People should be clamoring to get into that. And then once you're there, it's not, oh, I'm in and then I'm safe. No, it's you are a high performer and you respect the office of which you are taken care of. You respect the money with which you are being given, or you're out of there. So with great privileges should come great accountability. Kind of stealing the Spider-Man thing, but everybody knows what I'm talking about. And think of that. If we had the best talent in Canada running all of these agencies in the government, we would probably be able to do it with 60% less staff, 60% less overhead, which means that much more value for Canadians, which means that many more public programs that would actually be available for Canadians, and they would all run well. So that's my take on this, and I just get really annoyed at the fact that there's just this complacency across government, and no one cares because there's no accountability and there's no threat of getting fired, and everyone's fine with that. Because the minute people start getting fired, oh, well, we can't do that because that means there's actual consequences for our actions. What happens in the government when someone doesn't do a good job? They move them on to a different department. That's what happens. Nobody is fired. The dude with a $2 super chat. The rules equals don't talk about First Club.
The rules of First Club, don't talk about First Club.
Yeah.
We have Jibba JS with a $27.99 super chat. Thank you very much. It says, thanks for keeping a spotlight on events that the libs would love to keep hidden. I've been watching your shows for about a year, and they've helped me convert quite a few Liberal voters over the last few months. Thanks for all you do. That's awesome.
That's really happy.
Because that's the goal here. We don't want to make like enemies of people who vote differently. We just kind of want to help them see the light.
Well, we want to inform them, right?
Well, and that's the other thing is that I think Canadians in general, we're just woefully misinformed about our government, or uninformed, or we just don't care. So we at Northern Perspective are kind of helping that we can change that.
And that's why we always say we follow platform, not party, because we're out there for the truth, and we have an opinion on it, but we try to back up our opinions with facts. And sometimes our opinions, we get it wrong, and it is what it is, but we try and correct our opinions whenever we do get it wrong. But the main goal here is to inform Canadians, and that's where the mainstream media has completely lost their way. Journalism used to be about holding government to account. That's kind of the whole point of free press in a democracy. And that is a huge gap in Canadian democracy right now. And because of that, Canadians are uninformed. And if you have uninformed Canadians, you have uninformed voters. And if you have uninformed voters, then you have a corrupt government. And that's what we have.
Milady Loves Cats with a $6.99 super chat. It says, good eve, folks. Joined late, but finally caught up. Can't wait to see what happened today. Thank you, MP, on the spot as always. Thank you for joining us. Glad you could make it. And we have Sean with a $6.99 super chat. It says, instead of you're fired in government, it's you're promoted. Yeah, there's this theory, and I can't remember what it's called, but it's basically that you'll keep getting promoted, and it's not necessarily in government either. It happens in the public sector too, is you'll keep getting promoted until you're kind of like out of the way and you can't cause any more problems, if that makes sense. And I can't remember what the heck it's called, but I guess it's like an actual thing.
No organization I've worked at.
Well, I don't know. Well, you're a good worker though. So.
Maybe one organization, then I saw that happen once.
We have Katie Cat with a $13.99 super chat. Thank you very much. It says, I am proud to be part of such an amazing group of like-minded people and thankful that Northern Perspective is the vehicle that has brought us all together to spread the message and hope for change. Well, that's wonderful. Thank you very much, Katie Cat.
Thank you very much.
That's our goal here, just to inform Canadians and keep that hope alive, because the minute you lose hope, then there's no point anymore. Why would you write your MP if there's no hope?
There's always hope.
Yeah, why would you vote if there's no hope? But the truth is there is always hope, and we're going to keep reminding everybody of that. We have Daniel with a $6.99 super chat. It says, I told my coworkers in 2015 that libs think that money grows on trees. And now I bet you're going, see, I was right, because you were totally right.
And now we find out that the Liberals have acted like money just appears out of thin air, because that's what happened.
We have Angela Cardoso with a $10 super chat. Thank you very much. 100% agree with Cypher that government staff should be fired if they don't do their job. But being a former government work, the union makes it really hard to fire employees. In my 25 years, I only saw one get fired.
Yeah, because the Public Service Alliance of Canada, or PSAC, is the most powerful union in the country. They have 300 and some odd thousand union people, and if you don't do what the union tells you to do, then there's consequences.
Well, then you get like blacklisted, right?
Yeah.
Like, my dad works in a union shop. He's not part of the union, but he's, oversees the union. And I know that there was one guy who was, he had an addiction. I think it was alcoholism, and was like not showing up to work, and they would keep calling him, and he like literally just refused to answer the phone, refused to show up to work for like 6 months, literally 6 months. And he had to do up the paperwork to dismiss him. And the union was fighting against it.
And he was reinstated.
Yeah, he was too.
So this is the thing.
Depending on the union, like it's impossible to get rid of people, even people who are not doing the job that they're being paid to do.
Well, and here's my opinion. I don't care if they're reinstated. They have to go through the embarrassment of their colleagues of being fired. So I still say do it.
We have Just Me Nicole with a $5 super chat, and it says, it feels like the Libs are trying to finish sinking the ship to make it even harder for the Conservatives when they take over. And this is the problem, I think, that, again, Canadians are kind of like underinformed about our government. So everybody sees when the Liberals are in power, for example, I have all these social programs, this is amazing, this is great. Some people ignore, the inflation that we're going through, the housing crisis that we're going through. They just focus on the good things. And then when the Conservatives get in and they have to cut social programs to try to improve the economy and rein in the deficit and do all these necessary things that need to be done, they're demonized.
The good news is that all the social programs that the Liberals have put in are failing so badly right now, I don't think anyone's going to complain.
And we have ArriveCan with a $5 super chat. Thank you very much. It says, journalism is about holding the government to account. What we have isn't journalism, but rather propaganda. And that's right. Right now, the mainstream media in this country is being subsidized by our government. So why would you bite the hand that feeds you? Why would you write or broadcast things about the government that could paint them in a bad light, and then they could go, you know what, we're going to pull your funding? It's such a very, very bad relationship. The government and the press should be 100% separate, and they shouldn't have this funding model the way we do in Canada. It's not right.
And if you're not making money as a news organization in Canada, then you're not running your business well. Full stop.
ArriveCan with the $2 super chat. It's the Peter Principle. Yes, thank you very much. That's what I was talking about. The Peter Principle. And Bones with the $10 super chat. Thank you. It says you need to get at least 3 documented warnings with a valid reason before you can be legitimately fired within the government. Hate Khalid. She gets blames on the Conservatives not sending her more hate mail. Good stuff. And Jarja with the $5 super chat. Thank you very much. It says, I want to congratulate McPherson for asking decent questions, but I've been burned too many times by the NDP. And you know what? That's fair. I think especially, in life in general, but especially in the government, it's not common that you get someone who's like 100% evil or 100% good. Everybody's like a shade of gray, right? So the NDP, you might think that they're mostly bad, but maybe ask a good question once in a while, and that's fine. Nothing in life is ever like black and white. It's usually a shade of gray.
But I think you have to approach this with the standpoint of, listen, we, call out the good, call out the bad, regardless of the party. And that's what we want to encourage. And it encourages the people that may be in parties you disagree with to maybe do more of the good things, so they get called out for the good things. If they never get called out for the good things and they only get called out for the bad things, then they have no motivation to call it, to act any with any integrity whatsoever. So just something for us all to consider.
Well, and I recall when we had shown that clip about Damien Carrick, the Conservative MP in the House of Commons, and he called Trudeau a liar, and he refused to retract his statements because Trudeau is a liar. And he got kicked out of the House. He got named and he got kicked out. And we had encouraged everyone, and we did so as well, to send him an email just to say, like, thanks for standing up for us. That was really brave of you. And one of his staffers had actually contacted us a few days later just to say, hey, thanks. We got a lot of emails from your viewers.
And it meant a lot.
Yeah, and it meant a lot to him. So they do read them. They do get them. They might not always respond back, but just know when you write something to your MP, even if it's just a quick email like, I don't support what you're doing in regards to bills such and such, or I think what you did today in the House of Commons was really brave. That was awesome. They do get it and they do appreciate it. Thank you to Paul D with a $2 super chat. It says, promoted to the point of incompetence. Yes, that is what I was talking about, definitely. And Peter G with a $2 super chat. It says, it's called failing up. I finally made it. Yes, 100%. And thank you again, Peter G with 5 gifted Northern Perspective memberships. We have Alice Avonlea with a $5 super chat. Thank you. It says, the problem is all have to pay for social programs. That's right. I think if the government charged us less money in taxes and, you know, maybe we had some fewer social programs, I think a lot more families would be better off for it.
Sure would.
And Georgia with a $5 super chat, it says, years ago, I knew a union guy that got light duty for a supposed back injury and had the nerve to shovel snow in front of the safety supervisor's office. Wow, that sounds really dumb.
Well, they couldn't do anything, so that's why he did it.
Yeah, I guess so. And thank you to Dustin Gray with a $5 super chat. It's better to be thought a fool and keep your mouth shut than it is to open your mouth and remove all doubt. Too bad Trudeau never read Mark Twain. I don't think he read any classic literature to improve his knowledge.
No. All right, we're caught up.
Thank you, everyone.
Let's go.
Beginning our second round, Ms. Block, you have the floor for 5 minutes, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and thank you to all of our witnesses for joining us here today. Of course, we've had the opportunity to hear from the Auditor General on a number of occasions, which I think is quite right to be having you appear before a number of committees, given the seriousness of your last report tabled in the House of Commons. But my questions, I believe I'm going to aim at the Treasury Board Secretariat or the Treasury Board. So given what we have learned over the past 18 months, and certainly more recently through the Procurement Ombudsman's report, the Auditor General's report, and actually testimony from witnesses, there appears to be a lack of oversight across government departments. One of the main reasons for this, as we heard yesterday, is due to the lack of enforcement of the Financial Administration Act across departments. So my question for you, Mr. Hoope, or whoever would like to answer, is your department responsible for ensuring the compliance of other departments with this act, or is it up to departments to police themselves?
So that's a very good question, Mr. Chair. I would say dual accountability, okay? As I explained, departments operate within a set of authorities that have been delegated to them. So the expectation is that when they do operate within these authorities, that they have the measures in place to ensure compliancy to the different rules and legislation, and they have to abide by the Financial Administration Act. At Treasury Board, when there's a transaction or project, for example, that's above the departmental delegation, they need to go through, Treasury Board ministers for the authorities to, for example, enter into a contract, for the authorities to launch a project that's not within their set of accountability. So there is some oversight there. And there are general oversight. I own, for example, the internal audit community, and I have a role to play in delivering every year some horizontal audits across government. So we're trying to line up our work between, what Auditor General is doing, what the other bodies are doing to make sure we don't duplicate. So yeah, there are measures being taken to ensure compliancy, but again, non-compliancy will sadly be found in some of these reviews.
Thank you very much. Your website states, and I quote, "The Secretariat ensures tax dollars are spent wisely and effectively for Canadians, and that you oversee and provide guidance to the Treasury Board of Ministers, as you've just noticed, on how government is managed and how it regulates. Since your department is responsible for the oversight of spending taxpayers' dollars and ensuring that they are spent wisely, and given that the issue of ArriveCan has been in the news for the last 18 months, who in your department is being held accountable for the failures of the ArriveCan app?
Good question, Kelly Block. Very good question. So she's essentially just saying, listen, your website says that the Treasury Board Secretariat is responsible for ensuring that Canadian tax dollars are spent wisely. So given the fact that we have all seen that that Canadian tax dollars have not been spent wisely, who's being fired?
Nobody, of course, because it's the government.
But that's the trap question. Who's being fired within your department? Who's being held accountable? And her first question, which was also a good one, is, who's accountable? Are the departments supposed to police themselves, or is it Treasury Board? And he's like, oh, well, let's dual accountability. Well,
then you're both fired.
Then you're both fired. Like, you're both terrible at your jobs. So that's the way I see it. Anyway, I want to make sure that we get everything properly here. Okay, so Chris Accurate with a 279 super chat. I bet most libs are busy updating their resumes and then giving them to Christian first so he can augment them, no doubt.
Fit them within the matrix.
Yeah. Humble Tracker with a $10 super chat. Are the libs getting ready to set up PCC for a fail with the next budget? Freeland about to drop, and this is why Bank of Canada holding back. Because libs will spend billions more and will kill the economy. That's the speculation, is that she's going to open the floodgates, and that would be terrible. It would be terrible for the economy, and I think that's really going to be bad, like a bad move for Canadians. Because, like...
Oh, it absolutely will, but do you think the NDP will finally go, no, enough is enough, or do you think that they'll continue to support it?
It depends. This is why the Conservatives are trying to turn up the heat as much as possible on all these scandals, because they want to put Jagmeet in that position where he has to make a choice. So they want the fires of SDC, of SNC, of ArriveCan, of the Winnipeg Lab, all of these. They want these burning as hot as possible, so Jagmeet feels the heat of it. And they're forcing him to make the choice of, do you want to go over the next, 18 months, something like that, with us rubbing this in your face? We're not even going to talk about Trudeau anymore. This is all going to be rubbed into the NDP, and we're going to stomp you into oblivion, and you will never recover for a decade as a party. Or do you call the non-confidence vote? I think that's what the Conservative strategy seems to be for me right now, because I don't see how it would be anything else. But it's up to Jagmeet. Like, he's being erratic at this point, because I don't think he knows what to do.
Ravi Sadie's with a $2 super chat. We're going to let Garnet Janice read this for you.
What is it that you do?
And just for that, we'll also get the boys from Office Space.
What would you say you do here?
There you go.
I can never get enough of that look from that guy. It's great. The auditors. Ms. Carrasco Pico with the $5 super chat. Unions like the thing/people in charge that was supposed to back up the nurses that lost their jobs. Unions need a revamp. Yeah, 100%. This is the thing about the nurses union, especially in Ontario. They negotiated a 1% raise for the nurses. And then the unions complain about it. Well, you signed the deal. Like, what do you want?
I actually just read something in the news today, and I can't recall exactly. I think it was in Ontario that 9 of the nurses that had been dismissed for not having a COVID vaccine, it was found, I don't want to say unconstitutional because that may not be the right word. I can't quite remember. But they, dismissing them was wrong. We'll put it that way.
Probably it was without merit or something.
Yeah, something
wrongful
like that.
dismissal
Yeah.
is probably what it was. So we'll see what happens.
Right now, what we're trying to, first of all, we take the findings extremely seriously. So as Treasury Board, we are looking, all of us there. There's notions that came out that deal with, financial records not being in place, procurement practices. There's also a notion of conflict of interest. There's also a notion of, augmentation from an IT perspective. So it plays on many of the different roles that we oversee at Treasury Board. And right now, as I said, we are taking this very seriously and putting an action plan together to ensure that our role will be played in this particular situation. But I would go above and beyond that. I'm looking personally beyond ArriveCan, right? My worry is that the system of controls need to be there everywhere. And like I said, we have a solid financial community. We have a solid, I would say, procurement community. Sadly, we see stuff like that happening. But we still need to make sure that, so I've instructed, as an example, the chief audit executives of every department about a week and a half ago to make really, really sure that they had a review of their procurement practices in the coming year, as an audit within their department. So there are things that we're doing to make sure that our accountability is discharged.
No, that's not accountability. Sorry. Asking people to say, okay, can you just make sure you're doing everything? That is not accountability. The question is who in Treasury Board is being held accountable for this failure? And the answer was a long nobody. That's what it was. Ravu Cities with a $5 super chat. Wrongful dismissal, and they are owed their positions back and back pay, and I assume they will make their lives hell until they quit.
Yes, I actually found the article just now while we were watching the clip, and I pasted it in chat if anybody's curious. I'll just read the headline in the first paragraph real quick. It says, arbitrator rules in favor of Ontario nurses fired for refusing COVID vaccines. And the first paragraph says, an arbiter has ruled that 9 Ontario nurses who were fired because they didn't get 2 COVID-19 vaccinations should be reinstated because their termination was quote unquote unreasonable.
And if you don't think that ruling is going to be used for every single other person,
yeah, that sets a precedent now.
Then there's a lot of organizations, especially the government organizations, they're going to have big problems as a result of that.
So really quickly, do you think your department did its job during the pandemic to ensure value for money for Canadians?
Oh, good question.
Honestly, from what I've seen, and I'll speak for myself, I'd like to think that, yes, again, there was no playbook with the pandemic. It was a first time. I think that genuinely there was a lot of people, wanted to ensure that the right decisions were being made. Again, I'm not going to waste time and explain it again, but we did take the time to make sure that departments understood what it meant to operate, outside the normal control framework of the government. If that was the case, need for documentation, need for audits to be done. So I think we did provide direction. Could you always be better? Perhaps, but we did take our role very seriously during the pandemic.
Thank you very much. Suivant, Ms. Shanahan joining us virtually. You have the floor for 5 minutes, please.
Do you think your department did its job in ensuring value for Canadians? Yes. Even though tens of millions and probably hundreds of millions of dollars was completely wasted, rules weren't followed, crimes were committed. But yes, we did our job. Wow. I know it's not like we can expect a different answer based on this guy's previous answers, but still, like when you hear it, oh, my goodness. Spiky Mikey 33 with a $3 super chat. What is it that they do? Cause emotional damage. Well, let's see what we can do there.
What is it that you do? Emotional damage.
That's as close as I can get it, Spiky Mikey. So I hope that was good enough. Let's continue.
Well, thank you very much, Chair, and I too want to thank the Auditor General and the team from the Treasury Board for being here today because, and I think by the tenor of the questions that we're hearing, all members in this committee have concerns regarding oversight and why and why not it did not work in this case. And something that came up in the testimony yesterday from Monsieur Richard was that people were reluctant and in fact refused to, professionals, financial...
I think I am going to skip this lady. I saw the suggestion, so I think I'm going to do that. So stand by. Back to the block.
Gagné pour 2 minutes 30.
Ms. Sikla de Gagné, 2.5 minutes, please. Mr. Huppé, I'd like to come back to you. You just said something highly interesting. You said that you mandated each department from an audit standpoint to review the procurement process and to ensure that controls were followed. Now, just prior to that, you said, and you confirmed it immediately thereafter, that there are some people in charge of financial controls within some departments and audit sections who raised red flags and yet were not listened to because it was the directors that made the decisions at the end of the day. So should we perhaps ask those responsible for audits to review the practices that they engage in? Perhaps that might be a solution, but evidently, if directors are going to make decisions that fly in the face of the recommendations and the directives, isn't the system broken? The controls are just not being followed, evidently. Response. Well, my request of these individuals, and I'm not just talking about the person in charge of CBSA, I think that we've gone over that individual with drawn them over the hot coals, and I think that we should now allow the process to play out. But for the contracts that I was referring to, it's a question of the Deputy Minister's accountability, and there are various instruments and mechanisms within departments to ensure that these directives are upheld. Mr. Huppé, I don't have much time. The CBSA is clearly implicated in this, but both in the Auditor General and the CBSA's report, both departments have the finger pointed at them. Can we just offload all the blame on two individuals at the CBSA? That seems a bit short-sighted, in my opinion. No, that's not what we're saying. What we're saying is that we need to ensure that and the government processes that this doesn't occur going forward. But you just said that. Those processes are in place, but they're not being followed. So what of that? You said that right off the bat. You said that there were recommendations and advice issues that weren't followed, but because it was no longer your responsibility. But at the end of the day, you said the buck stops with you when it comes to ensuring that those responsibilities are met.
So really, really liking how aggressive the block is being on this, because she's absolutely right. Like, he literally just said, well, there's processes in place and controls in place at these in these departments to ensure that the processes are followed. And she's like, yeah, but the processes weren't followed. So, and you said, well, there's recommendations put in place to ensure the processes are followed, but they weren't. And now his response is, so we need to make changes to ensure the processes were followed. Yeah, but they weren't. So what makes you think that adding more process is going to make people follow the process? It's circular. And this seems to be the narrative that they're trying to put forward here, is that, well, we just I forget who super chatted it before, but it was just move forward, add more process and move forward and everything will be fine. I don't think so.
There's a bit of a contradiction there. No, that's not what I said. I did say that there are processes, both accounting and financial processes and controls that normally work within departments. That said, when we see an anomaly of the size and scope that we've just observed, regardless of the organisation one works in, one has to take steps to ensure that if there are lessons to be learned and they apply to us, that they are put in place. So that's what I would say to a department, that these things cannot occur again in their backyard. Now, obviously, sometimes controls are in place, but they're not followed, and that's why we have internal audit processes to ensure that this kind of thing happens as infrequently as possible, and so that we can identify any weaknesses and shortcomings.
The floor again for 2.5 minutes, please.
What a mess of an answer. What an absolute mess of an answer. So we just, don't do it again. Finger wagging. Don't do it again. We're not firing anybody. Just don't do it again. Alice Avonlea with a $2 super chat. You put it very, very nicely there. Bathe me, but don't make me wet. Oh my goodness. And I will let the chat have fun with that one. So thank you very much for that, Alice.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Ms. Hogan, I'm going to ask you some questions. I of course, just want to make sure that we have the right information for this committee. And I'd like to give you an opportunity to respond to some of the claims that were made at OGO on February 22nd, and perhaps to provide some clarification for your report. So when Cameron McDonald and Antonio Utano appeared at that committee, they made a number of claims disputing the sourcing of your report that I want to ensure we get correct here. So first of all, Mr. McDonald disputed your statement that there was a glaring disregard for management principles. And he said, I quote, I have always adhered to the core principles, processes, and procedures, including closely tracking and managing the costs of ArriveCan. In fact, I delivered a detailed costing of $6.3 million to my colleague DGs and my supervisor, Mindone, just prior to my departure, end quote. Ms. Hogan, do you still believe that despite Mr. McDonald's assurances that management principles were not adhered to?
It's my understanding that Mr. Utano was there for the first year, sorry, Mr. McDonald was there for the first year. Mr. Utano was there much longer. Our audit period covered from January of 2019 all the way till January of 2023, which is much longer than his tenure at the Canada Border Services Agency. And we did see that some contracts and some invoices were very well documented, very well supported, but overall, there were too many that had just nothing to support who did what work, what did they work on, what contract was it under. There was no governance structure. Perhaps he had an individual monitoring of costs under his control, but there was overall no governance structure around this project. So I still stand very firmly by our audit findings, which are supported by a lot of evidence that there was a glaring disregard for some of the most basic principles.
Yeah, so if you recall, when McDonald and Utano were in for round 2, they were saying, oh, we have lots of documentation. We don't know what they're talking about. We don't know where they got their documentation from. There's lots of documentation on this. Well, you just, that was actually kind of, I think, the most attitude I've heard from Karen Hogan there, which is, we have lots of evidence to show that there is literally no documentation for this, which almost sounds like an oxymoron. But
yeah, because how can you prove a negative?
Well, I think they have evidence that demonstrates there was no governance. And if there's no governance, then, you know, there's no documentation for governance. And that's kind of, I think, where she's going there. So I kind of like that the Auditor General there got a little feisty when the NDP lady had said that, well, what do you have to say about Cameron McDonald saying this? So if I were to translate that, I don't care what the hell Cameron McDonald said. He doesn't know what he's talking about, and we have the evidence to show that he doesn't know what he's talking about, and that he's in fact probably lying to your face.
That we would have normally seen when it comes to contracting, procurement, and project management.
Thank you very much. Yeah, that was my understanding as well. Mr. McDonald went on to say, and I quote, we provided evidence both to this committee, referencing OGO, and to the Auditor General that it was not us who selected GC strategies. It's unfortunate the Auditor General didn't have the time to incorporate that into a report. We did speak with the Auditor General very late in the process, but it's very clear that we did not. He claims that his interview was a box to be ticked after the report was already drafted. Do you believe that Mr. McDonald's statement is correct? And I note in your report on page 11 that you could not determine which agency official made the final decision. Could you comment on that for me, please?
I will start, and I think the Deputy Auditor General would like to jump in on this. I would tell you that everyone that we interview or that we speak to during the course of an audit, every piece of evidence that we are given, we consider it. And that is from day one right up until the last day. So Nothing is ever done for appearance's sake. It is done in order to ensure that we have a complete picture so that we can provide accurate, factually based audit reports to Parliament. So I think I see that the chair would like to take over, but maybe we could just give.
Oh, sure. Yeah. No, pardon me, Ms. Chase. Yes.
Thanks. I'll just add that I'll point to the date of our report, which is an important piece for an audit. It's dated February 7th. The magic around that date is that we are considering all the evidence up to that point in time and carefully considering the evidence up to that point in time. I can tell you that we received evidence and we were asking for information from CBSA up until the end of January, which we were receiving in due course. We considered every piece of information that every person that we interviewed provided to us, both in terms of the interviews and documentation. So we would disagree entirely with the characterization that anything was a tick box. This was an important and comprehensive audit.
I really like the way the Auditor General and the Deputy Auditor General responded to that. It was a very cerebral way, very professional way of saying, yeah, Cameron McDonald can go suck a lemon because he's lying through his teeth.
As we suspected.
And we take our job very seriously. And, Cameron McDonald could say, well, we provided all this documentation. And
sometimes, again, everybody's shades of gray, right? Sometimes people who are mostly bad do good things. Some people who are mostly good do bad things.
Well, and here's the thing. Just because they provided their documentation saying that they didn't select GC strategies doesn't mean that other documentation wasn't provided that painted them as the ones who did. So if you have conflicting documentation saying, that one person did and did not select GC strategies, then what conclusion are you going to draw from that in the Auditor General's report? You're going to draw the conclusion that we can't determine who did. That's what they're going to. That's what's going to happen. And basically, when you see what happened in committee with Mindone and Cameron McDonald, you see them pointing the finger at each other. Right? So I think that's what happened here. So I really like the answer, them saying, no, we completely disagree with that. And that's a firm answer, and it's nice to actually hear firm answers from people. And the ones that give firm answers on everything, those are the ones that I tend to believe, because that means that they are very comfortable in the facts and their evidence that they can actually provide that deterministic type of answer. Revu says with a $2 super chat, and all the emails in his underwear drawer. Yeah, absolutely. And Joshua with a $2 super chat, Karen Hogan, how do you like them receipts? That's good.
That's what we say all the time, bring the receipts.
Thank you very
Excellent.
much.
Thank you so much.
Next is Mr. Genuis. You have the floor for 5 minutes.
Mr. Genuis is here. I think somebody said that in chat.
They brought in the OGO crew.
So,
sorry.
I am quite struck by the fact that Mr. David Yao was an outside contractor while also a government employee. Aside from the fact that, as best we can tell, he was contracted out to do absolutely nothing as part of the whole ArriveCan process, the reason you contract out is apparently because you don't have the expertise inside the public service. That's the whole idea of contracting out. We don't have the expertise internally, so we're going to contract out. So what an absolutely absurd, bizarre spectacle to have the contracting out to a person who is also a government employee. I want to ask a few questions about this. Mr. Hube, fundamentally, is this allowed?
So I can't talk about this particular case, but fundamentally to your question, sir, so the directive on conflict of interest says it's not disallowed, but it really raises flag to the effect if you're going to have a second employment, if there's going to be any perceived or real conflict of interest, you need to disclose it. So
okay. Sorry, I'm gonna jump in on a few points. Number one, why can't you discuss this specific case? Number two, to say it's allowed but it raises flags. I mean, clearly that's a bit of a problem. It's either allowed or it's not allowed, and in fairness to Mr. Yao, it was on his LinkedIn profile, so it was kind of hiding in plain sight.
So I can't talk about this case because I don't know exactly the work that was delivered. I have no clue about the contract itself.
Well, one thing is clear, though, aside from the particulars of the...
Okay. Okay. These glasses want to fly across the room on this one. Holy moly. All right. Sorry, my brain is just imploding on itself after this answer. You have the controller of Treasury Board Secretariat, the department that is the traffic cop for all of the money in the government. You have the most public financial scandal within the Trudeau government that has been going on for 18 months. You have ArriveCan, which has been blowing up in the media. Even the mainstream media has been reporting on this since October. You are sitting in committee. It is March. And you're saying you're not familiar. You're not familiar with what has gone on with Dalian. The average Canadian knows what's going on with Dalian and Cortex and GC Strategies, sir.
Well, clearly this guy doesn't watch Northern Perspective.
Clearly not. But this guy gets paid to know this. This is the thing that infuriates me, and I know it infuriates Canadians. This guy is supposed to get paid to know these answers. Like, why... to quote Judge Judy, where did you think you were coming today? Like, where did you think you were coming? To the beach? You were coming to committee to answer questions on this about how the money was spent on the ArriveCan app when it comes to Dalian, Cortex, and GC Strategies. Full stop. And you're going to come to committee and say, well, I don't really know. Jeez. Okay. And rant. Ravi Sadie's with a $2 super chat. The fuck? It's allowed? Yeah.
I think that was all our reaction.
Pandemonium with a $5 super chat. We supply documentation. Mr. McDonald, why is it written in crayon? Okay, that was a good one. I needed that one. I need Pierre.
WTF.
That's all I gotta say.
Work done. He worked for Veterans Affairs Canada. Yeah. That department got contracts from Dalian. Dalian did work, received money through the ArriveCan process. It was on his LinkedIn profile that he was both a government employee and a contractor. So based on that, is that allowed?
So let me be clear. If there was a conflict of interest, no, it's not allowed.
Okay, that's a heck of a caveat, though, sir.
Okay, we can't prevent someone from having a second job. For example, your dad's got a shop somewhere. You go at night and you help him out. That's not prohibited.
Okay, but me selling ice cream on the corner while also working for the government is not the same as selling to the same department that I work for. So can you just tell us directly? You said if it's a conflict of interest, then it's a problem. I think it's pretty clear that it is a conflict of interest, and therefore it's a problem.
There's an investigation into that. That's why I'm refraining myself from talking about it. D&D is looking into it. If there is a conflict
part of the problem in this whole process is that we seem unwilling to call a spade a spade. Like this, the department was selling to the company that he worked for while he was also an employee of the department. So how many investigators do you need to figure out that that's a conflict of interest?
Mr. Chair, I think I'm being actually forthcoming here. I'm telling pretty much a spade is a spade in a sense. If there is a conflict of interest, yes, it was a problem. There is an investigation. I'm not privy to those information.
Okay.
I have no clue. There could be an explanation. So I'm going to let that roll out. But I think I'm being forthcoming and saying absolutely there's a problem.
I'm going to bang through a few other quick questions in the time I have left. Last week, my colleague Larry Brock asked for a list of all government employees who are using the Yao double dipping model. Do you have that list available?
We for all government, no.
Okay, for all government employees that are
now for all departments, we don't have that list. No, absolutely. We've got a list inside TBS of our employees that did declare potential conflicts and
okay, how many within TBS are there?
Madame Cahill will
So thank you, Mr. Chair. So for TBS, we have 52 employees who have dual employment, 165 employees, including 40 executive.
Sorry, I'm not asking about just dual employment like they sell ice cream on the weekends. I'm asking people that are contractors to the government and employees of the government at the same time. How many do you have at TBS on that?
So we have none of those that have like dual employment within the government of Canada as contractors.
Okay. Okay. So is there work being done compiling a list across government? Because my colleague asked for that list.
Can I come back to, I said, it doesn't fall in, but we'll check.
I think this committee will agree to order the production of a list of all government employees who are also employed with or own contracting companies that do work for the government of Canada.
Thank you very much.
Can I just get the agreement of the committee to?
Yeah, so, well, okay, pardon me. Of the committee, no, there
whatever
was,
the process
there was, Ms. Chupe, you had suggested you could provide the committee with something. I just want to make sure our analysts.
No, I didn't. Like I said, this doesn't fall under my purview, but definitely, if there's an ask from the committee, I mean, we'll have to figure out. Departments will be on the hook to give the information to someone, so we could give it to the committee, or we'll give it to the. We'll have to figure that out, obviously.
Okay. Well, Ms. Jennings, your time is up.
Point of order.
Yes, Ms. Shanna, I was moving on, but go ahead.
Yeah, no, just on that issue, is that not something that we can discuss, that we should discuss as a committee when we're ordering that kind of production of documents?
So this is certainly something the committee can come back to. I just wanted to make sure for our analysts up here that if there was a request for documents and an agreement to provide them, that it was captured. I didn't quite capture. That's why I sought clarification. Ms. Jennings, your
just a point of order in that. I just like to clarify then from you, Chair, or the analysts. I've requested some documents. I don't think it's that complicated. Is the witness going to provide those documents? Is he expected to provide those? We just want all the contractors who are government employees. Those that
is fine. The official opposition has other rounds to probe and press specifics for documents. If witnesses are able to provide them, they will state so. If they will attempt to do so, they note so. And then this committee can then take a step further if we feel a response is not adequate or information is not forthcoming. So you were close, Mr. Genuous. I didn't quite hear the deal.
Did he undertake to provide the documents?
Pardon me?
Did he undertake to provide the documents? Like, are we getting those documents?
At this point, no. But you're welcome to ask him again. So I'm going to move on now to.
So does the committee agree to order the documents?
No, Mr. Genuous, we're not at this point yet. You're jumping a few steps. This committee does operate well with witnesses, where they provide information when explicitly asked in their field. That was not done specifically in this case. You're welcome to come back to this at your turn. So I'm going to turn now to Ms. Khalid. There's ample time, Mr. Genuous, to come back to this. Ms. Khalid, you have the floor for 5 minutes.
Ladies and gentlemen, a fair chair.
There you go. Of course, that's a conservative.
Mr. John Williamson, yeah. Doesn't matter who it is, he's being fair, and he's making sure that people are following the process. And if Mr. Genuous didn't follow the process, then he's going to hold him to that. Now, to Genuous's credit, he's trying to push and get this going and just get it on the record and get these documents. But Williamson is saying, no, there's a few more steps you have to follow. So I'm fine with that. I'm absolutely fine with that. Danny with a 699 super chat. Cypher, put your glasses away and give us a double. What do you do? Well, here's one.
What is it that you do?
And then Genuous a little bit more time. We will give him a second one.
What is it that you do?
And I'll give you one for good measure.
What would you say you do here?
All right. I don't think we're going to get an answer to those questions.
Unfortunately not.
All right. So I imagine here we go. So
let's do it.
I will say before you begin, the reason why I seek clarification is sometimes members kind of let it slide very quickly. I like to have an explicit response from the witnesses so it is clear all around, so we avoid confusion later. That is it. So members are certainly entitled to ask for information if they find that response is lacking, either because information is not available or witnesses do not know. That is their purview. I want to seek clarification from both sides that is understood. Ms. Khalid, you have the floor for 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Chair. And just at the offset, I'll just like to thank you for clarifying that. I really appreciate that we have a clear process with how we operate within this committee. I know that there are a lot of visiting members from the Conservative benches, but Chair, I really appreciate your consistency in how you do things. So to our witnesses, I believe it was a member from the TBS Secretariat that had said that deputy ministers can't lay eyes on every single contract that go through the department. So in this instance, and I know that a lot of us are very, very concerned about how it was that $50+ million were spent on an app, and then ultimately, since 2011, $100 million were given to this organization. So where is the ultimate accountability on this? Is there somebody to blame? And who is it? And how do we get there?
Yeah, because, let's not talk about ArriveCan. Let's talk about something that happened before the Trudeau government, took power.
How else would you blame Harper?
Absolutely. Who's answering the question?
TBS,
yeah, sorry. So when we say there's 118 contracts, doesn't mean all the contracts were not done in a fair and transparent fashion, and that the work was not performed. And GC Strategies, we have there, we had an audit on those contracts, and we know what the outcomes were. So I'm not going to conclude without, a more, how should I say, a wider review of all of these contracts. There's been no audit at this point on all of those contracts themselves, that every contract has been done outside of the rules because it was GC Strategies. So
that's the first fair thing that he's actually said that I can recall, anyway. So Khalid's saying, they were in this company, Cordell Systems, from 2011 to 2015, and, blame Harper, and who's responsible for this, and yada, yada, yada. So what Mr. Houpe said was, listen, we haven't audited those contracts, and just because there was contracts there, it doesn't mean it wasn't executed properly. And that's a fair statement. Even if it was Christian Firth and Darren Anthony. We have to go through the process of gathering evidence before we attribute guilt. Otherwise, we run into social justice problems, and all of us hate social justice because that's action and accountability without due process, and nobody likes that. So what he is saying here is correct. And we have to have it as correct because the Liberals are trying to paint the Harper government as the reason for this. But you don't have an Auditor General's report at your feet that says during the years of 2011 to 2015, Christian Firth and Darren Anthony were doing shady crap with the government. You don't have that report. You have a report that says between 2019 to 2023 that they were doing shady stuff with the government. That's what we're talking about here. Now, if at some point somebody orders an investigation and then you see that they were doing shady stuff with the government from 2011 to 2015, by all means, let's chat about it and hold someone accountable. But you don't have that paper, so you don't get to bring that on the table.
So I don't have that information right now. So again, I come back to the fact that when contracts are issued inside an organization within the authorities of a given organization, they need to follow the rules. And the basis and the foundation of our policies is that these contracts are fair, open, and transparent. There's competitiveness, and there's value for money. That's the basis of the policy. So again, should be, and there's hundreds of thousands of contracts out there. So I would say that there's quite a bit of contracts that are done within the set of rules that should be applied.
And just wanted to get to one super chat that I missed there. Ravis says with $5. For frig's sakes, when I look up useful idiot in the dictionary, there's a picture of Khalid. Yeah. Tear that page out of the dictionary and write Oxford. We don't need that term anymore.
I appreciate that. And, you know, like, this is something that we hear from bureaucrats and public service on a regular basis, some members, to say, you know, politicians come and go, but the bureaucracy stays, and they stay for a very, very long time. And that's why I think it is so important for us to have accountability and oversight over how the bureaucracy and the public service operate. And that's not to say that we don't respect the work that they do, because they serve the public in a lot of different ways. But I don't want a couple of bad actors to really ruin the reputation of all of the hard work that our public service does. So what do you recommend in terms of, like, what are next steps for making sure that accountability is there, and making sure that taxpayer dollars over what is a span of over a decade are not misused? Or whether they're misused or not, how do we have that transparency and make sure that Canadians have the trust within our public systems?
Well, the first thing, Khalid, is you don't shut down committees before they even start.
Boom.
Just saying. You want to talk about transparency? Let's talk about transparency.
This whole Liberal government has been transparent as mud.
I don't want to hear it. I really don't want to hear it.
Yeah. So first of all, your point being, you made a point on the bureaucracy, and I have to say that there are, I've heard, there's a lot of procurement officers today that are not liking what they've seen, because they take very, very high pride in how they do their work, and they do it extremely well, and they do it within the rules. So again, they don't like to see something that will come and ruin a reputation that they've worked so hard to build on. I always say, when I got audited in my life, unless there was something huge and collusion or whatever it is, weaknesses will be found. And I always told, when I was in different departments with Board of Management, don't give me too much crap about what is being found. Give me crap if I don't fix it. So the next steps in here is, the importance is that we take this very seriously. We make sure, every organization makes sure that they understand their weaknesses, that they take the validation and certification and testing of the controls very seriously. And when we find some weaknesses, that we correct them and that we learn from the lessons of others. Because I always say, if they found something over there, chances are you could find something very similar. So take these findings extremely seriously. So again, the job of the bureaucracy is to make sure that we have action plans that will be delivered, make sure that we monitor the implementation of these plans, and they actually produce the results that they're intended to do. So again, we have departmental audit committees with external members, objective external members in every large department. They will be seized with the action plans here at CBSA, and one of their job is to ensure that these actions get implemented as intended.
Thank you very much.
Was that my entirety?
Yes, it was, and
oh, no.
and some good time over that. Beginning our third round, Mr. Barrett, you have the floor for 5 minutes.
John Williamson is so happy that it's the end of Khalid's time. Yes, it is. Let's move on.
So cringe, though.
Oh, I know. She sounds like a teenager. She is so immature for being a 30-something-year-old MP. Like, I hope her constituents are proud. But the rest of Canada is certainly not. So, anyhow. So we say he's with another $5 super chat. So did I just hear that he is so useless that he has been moved between departments till he rose to the top like a turd?
Yes, that's like what I was talking about earlier.
Failing
that's what
up.
They do. They move them around. Not my problem. Not my problem. It's this guy's problem now.
Daniel with a 279 super chat. Khalid, the answer for transparency is an election. Yep.
Yes.
Yep.
Exactly.
And you want to argue who Canadians are believing? Hold an election. You'll find out right quick.
Mr. Rupe, the Treasury Board should know how many government employees are also double dipping with federal government contracts. So how many employees meet that criteria?
I don't know.
Sorry, sir. You mean within Treasury Board, or
I mean that work for the government?
Government-wide? I don't have that information right now. I don't know.
Will you provide that to the committee?
I could see what's in the art of the possible. Like I say, I'd have to talk to my colleague, who's the Chief Human Risk Officer for the Government of Canada. We're digging our own information, obviously, so we would have to see what.
So you'll undertake to provide that information?
I'll undertake to see what's in the art of the possible there and get back to the committee with the possibilities of what we could report.
So instead of getting back to us with the possibilities, can you get back to us with what you find?
I could definitely try to do that, yeah.
So that's a yes?
We will get back to the committee with what
Sir,
we
it's
actually
a very
find.
simple question.
Yeah,
Will you
we will
provide
come back with what we find.
You'll come back with what you find?
Fine.
Yes,
Okay.
I understood that as a yes, so thank you.
Like I was not happy to say yes.
No. I love Mr. Barrett sometimes.
He's awesome. I love him all the time.
Craig Robertson with $2 super chat. Kelly just filibustered herself. Isn't it funny when that happens? And Justin 007 with a $2 super chat. Fake it till you make it, and then you break it.
Here you go.
That's the government way. This is the way.
Very much.
Okay, so that's an undertaking to provide the information that was requested. Okay, correct.
We find.
Yes.
If we find we have issues doing it, that's what we found, we will let the committee know.
No, sir. No, sir.
No, that's all I could.
What you've just said is that you're going to provide us with the information. You're not going to provide us with information about the information you can provide us. So you said before to Mr. Genuis that you were being forthcoming.
Yeah.
The only thing that's been forthcoming is each time we ask the same question multiple times, we get more information each time that we ask it. So you're either being transparent or you're not. You've made an undertaking to the committee that has been well received by the chair that you will provide the information. So that's not a question I'm looking for a response. That is a statement of fact.
I'm trying to be honest here.
Yeah. So, and I'm trying to be honest with you that the assurance that you're giving is that you are not being forthcoming. You came to the committee today. You knew that this was an issue, that we have government employees who are double dipping, getting contracts from from the government. This is absolutely unacceptable. It strains the bounds of public confidence when the government says, "Yep, we hired many orders of magnitude more public servants than we've ever had, but we don't have the capabilities to do the work that we need to do. So we're going to outsource that work, and we're going to outsource it to the tune of millions of dollars to people who already work for the federal government." That's why you're going to provide the information.
We will come back with what we find.
Thank you very much. Ms. Hogan, did it raise any red flags during your investigation that Mr. Yeo of Dalian was a government employee? Is that something that was detected by your office?
So no, because the Department of National Defense was not part of the ArriveCan app. But I guess what I could link to our findings is that as we talked about when it comes to disclosure around invitations and gifts, there are rules here around disclosures when a public servant might enter into an arrangement that has other employment income coming their way. And this is a place where disclosure is essential so that a supervisor can assess if the demand might be incompatible with the public servant's job, whether that it may have an impact on their ability to carry out their duties in an objective and fair manner. So what I can tell you is I know that it happens in the government. The disclosure is maybe not always happening, and when the disclosure happens, you can take the measures that you need. I can tell you that it's happened in my organization in the past where disclosure happened and we were fine with it, but there's been recent incidents where disclosure did not happen and we had to take action. So this is happening. I'm just not sure the Controller General will actually be able to come with a big comprehensive list because it starts with awareness of the public service, disclosure to supervisors, and then action and documentation being taken.
Yeah, for sure. Who is responsible for hiring Mindone as CTO? The Chief Technology Officer for Canada. Who would be responsible for that?
Wow.
That was direct.
This is going to be an interesting question because Mindone works for
Minister?
Treasury Board Secretariat.
Oh.
And so this is very interesting. This is very interesting. I'm very curious to see where this goes. Dimension Dark with a 699 super chat. Cypher was foreshadowing things to come without even knowing it. Saw a clip of this earlier today. Something enjoyable is coming. So
okay, no spoilers.
not sure if we just saw it when Barrett continued his barrage of Mr. Houpe there, but I guess we'll see.
I'll take that question, given that I'm the CIO. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the question. I would assume the person responsible would have been the CIO.
Okay, and would you know? So who was that?
At the time, it would have been Catherine Lello.
Okay, and would you know if there was a recommendation for Mr. Doan to that position?
Unfortunately, no, I wouldn't know that answer.
Is his involvement in ArriveCan, was it known to the Treasury Board Secretariat at the time?
At the time that he was hired? Would he?
Yes.
At the time that he was hired, would the secretary have known? They would have known that he would have been the chief information officer, I believe, of CBSA. So I would have to say that the answer would be yes.
And that is your time, Mr. Barrett. Turning now to Ms. Bradford, you have the floor for 5 minutes, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
I don't think we're going to get anything useful out of Miss Bradford.
I had seen a few people in the chat before say to listen to this one because what happens after is
It's linked.
Yeah.
Okay, so there's some prerequisites going on with Bradford. I see.
Yeah. So if I'm wrong, apologies in advance because we haven't seen this.
Daniel Wick with a $10 super chat, not related, but what could people think about a consumption tax, luxury tax dump? The GST and income tax. Some countries do this. Just a thought.
I'm not familiar with that like style of taxing individuals, but yeah, it's something we could read about.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, for sure. Well, maybe we'll look at doing a tax episode since, income tax time where we give the government 30% or more of what we make. All right, here we go.
Again, back to our Treasury Board officials. These are just some kind of random kind of cleanup questions. Why did it take TBS, why didn't TBS take over the management of ArriveCan development once the cost has increased so substantially?
Throughout the venture and the project, it always remained within the set delegated authorities of the department. So there was no reason for us to step in. And honestly, the development of such an app lies with the expertise of the departments themselves. So there was no reason at that time for TBS to step in and take ownership. We don't deliver projects for departments. We provide the authorities and provide oversight when the department is not operating within their own authorities. In this case, they were.
Could you comment on the integrity regime, and should there be an expansion of the guidelines?
So the integrity regime is actually a PSPC responsibility. I'm pretty sure that you're hearing from them tomorrow, so a question more suited for them. But the integrity regime, to my knowledge, there's an update to the existing one that's no. I'll pass it over to my colleague here on that one.
I would just say, in the context of our review last year on contracts, that PSPC noted that they are continuing to look at the integrity regime. And as Mr. Houpe said, they'll be here tomorrow to talk.
Okay, so we look forward to actors that were involved with this. How does the security clearance work for contractors? And are contractors able to begin work before having obtained the appropriate clearances?
So I'll take that question. Thank you, Mr. Chair, given that I have responsibility over the directive on security management. I think the answer is no. They wouldn't have been able to begin work. There's a standard on security screening that outlines the security screening requirements for all duties and positions in the federal government, including those of contractors. They would have had to follow those rules. The responsibility, once again, though, resides with the deputy head and the chain of command and the delegated authorities within a particular department, including a chief security officer, to make sure that those guidelines and those rules are followed.
Oh, Dominic. Oh, Dominic. Maybe you should have gone over committee testimony before you came to committee today, because we absolutely know that GC Strategies was able to quote unquote start work without security clearance. We know that. They were awarded a contract and started work without security clearance. So when you say they wouldn't have been able to, that's an incorrect statement.
Maybe they shouldn't have been able to.
They're not allowed to. Yeah, exactly.
But they did.
So they weren't allowed to, and they did anyway. So when you say they wouldn't have been able to, that means that something prevented them from being able to. But they absolutely did, so there was no control in place. And before we move on, we have Look Obama, 32 with a $2 super chat. Thank you very much. And we have Bill Vander Velden, a member for 3 months. Thank you very much, Bill. Bradford sounds like a teacher from Charlie Brown. Wah, 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 wah.
Okay, so outside IT contracting has definitely been put in the spotlight because of the ArriveCan app. What is being done to address the frequent use of outside IT talent? Like, we use them to develop it, but then the AG pointed out there probably was opportunity for departments to take over management once they got it up and running. And that didn't actually happen. We've not really been given a good answer from anyone as to why that was the case. So I'd appreciate hearing your thoughts on this.
We're in the twilight zone right now. The Liberals are the one that control the budget. The Liberals are the one that authorize the release of funds. The Liberals are the ones that actually see that spending on external contractors has gone up by, a factor of 2 to something like $500 and something odd million dollars. Sorry. Yes, $1 million. Or is it larger? No, it's billions of dollars.
It's a lot of money. We'll put it that way.
It's a ton of money. It's a ton of money. It's in the billions of dollars. And you then have a Liberal in this committee saying, why do we spend so much on external contract? Because you're the one who authored. Like, are you kidding me? Now is the time that you ask this question? You've been here 8 years. You've seen this go up in every single budget. Now you're asking? Unbelievable. Or I guess it is believable. It's a Liberal.
Thank you for the question. I'll take that again. From a chief information officer perspective, we have launched a directive on digital talent. It stands to reason that there is a significant talent deficit in technology in both the private and public sector, and the federal public service is obviously included in that. What we've done is we've put in place a directive that hopefully will strengthen the way that we collect data and centralize guidance on digital talent sources. We want to improve interdepartmental coordination on that. We want to augment government-wide tools and services. We've introduced a GC digital talent platform, for example. What this directive on digital talent actually does, for example, is it will require managers seeking contract services to complete a digital services contracting questionnaire. If they want to use these talent augmentation contracts in IT, they have to check in with us and provide justification. So we're trying to imbue some discipline. At the same time, though, we can't ignore the fact that we still are going to need these contracts to use specialized expertise to temporarily augment our workforce to keep delivering on many projects. In this particular case, I think I would agree with the Auditor General. It stands to reason that we needed to rely on some of these contractors to get this application up and running. But as the application was developed and was put into play, it would have been expected, particularly going forward, that we rely on the employees of under the CIO within CBSA and the Public Health Agency to run it.
Thank you very much. That is the time. Suivant, Madame Sinclair Desgagnés. Vous avez la parole pour 2 minutes.
Cycle de Gagné, 2.5 minutes. Mr. Huppe, earlier you stated that deputy ministers are responsible for putting in place and applying the processes which are in place. And Public Services and Procurement Canada has processes for awarding non-competitive contracts. Yet the Treasury Board and probably the department that awards the most non-competitive contracts for amounts over and above $25,000. Now, even before the pandemic, 60% of the Treasury Board's contracts were awarded in a non-competitive fashion. So there was no guarantee vis-a-vis quality for money and value for money, that is. And a third of contracts over $100,000 were awarded in a non-competitive context. What would you have to say to that regarding adhering to processes, Mr. Huppe? Thank you very much for the question. And I'll perhaps defer to CFO Karen Cahill for a compliment to my response. But there is a policy for awarding contracts on a non-competitive basis. Now, that said, competition is always what's ideal. Now, when we do enter into non-competitive contracting, we require documentation as to why it's in our best interest to proceed with a non-competitive contract. Yes, no, I understand the process. I'm sorry to cut you off, Mr. Huppe. I have very little time. You're rehashing what we've already heard thousands of times at this committee. How is it that 60% of contracts are awarded non-competitively? And are you sure of the justifications that are given in those cases? And could you please provide a breakdown of what occurred in 2023, i.e. those 75 contracts of over $100,000 that were awarded in a non-competitive process and what the justifications were for that? The CFO. Well, thank you very much. This is not a practice that we encourage. And yet it is the majority of contracts that are being awarded non-competitively. Yes, there are some circumstances whereby it's out of our hands. We have no choice but to award non-competitive contracts. Now, in those cases, we make sure we obtain the necessary justifications for all those contracts that are awarded, and it would be my pleasure, were it the desire of the committee, to furnish you with any information regarding those contracts.
So this is ridiculous, folks. So what she's saying, what the block is saying is, okay, you're saying that there's a policy from the government that they need to be having a competitive process when it comes to securing third-party external services. And they say, yes. Well, how can you say that when over 60% of the total contracts are non-competitive? Like, if your policy is that there should be competition in every contract, then you would expect there only to be a minority of contracts that are actually non-competitive. Like 80-90% of the contracts should be competitive. But your policy is that they should be competitive and over 60% are not.
How does that make any sense?
It means nobody is paying attention to any procurement policies whatsoever at the Government of Canada.
So they're just wasting our taxpayer dollars.
Yep.
Awesome.
Yep. We have Kevin Taylor, member for 3 months with a comment. Why not train people in tech rather than outsource? And if outsourced, could an app like this not be built by tech students at one of the universities? Well, so the app probably could, Kevin. The trouble is it integrates with many different government systems. So you would need that part to happen. But that should be able to be done by internal government employees, you would think, because they're government systems. And this should absolutely have been able to be done by the Government of Canada. Or at worst, you hire a firm to build it, and then you get the firm as part of the contract to train the internal resources within the government to take it over and continue on.
But how would you rip off the taxpayer if you did that?
Well, that would be impossible to do. So, there's flaws in every process, even if you're trying to rip off the taxpayer.
I think that...
And the a couple other things. So we have Robbie says with a $5 super chat, because if it came in-house, they wouldn't have been able to steal $60 million. And
Boom,
that's basically
right there.
exactly what Fox just said.
See, yes, you'd like that? Yes, thank you very much. Following questioner.
For 2.5 minutes, please.
Thank you again, Mr. Chair, and thank you to all of the witnesses for being here and sharing this testimony with us today. I very much appreciate it. I want to talk a little bit about how the ArriveCan is, while this is the issue we're dealing with, it is clearly part of a bigger and very clearly broken system. I want to make some of those connections that are between the audit conducted of the government's contracts with McKinsey that you carried out last year and the report that's in front of us today. So I think there's some important and repeated conclusions in both reports that demonstrate that both conservative and liberal governments have had some real problems giving contracts to either their corporate insider friends or folks that know how the system works. So Ms. Hogan, your report on McKinsey found that administrative requirements were not consistently followed, and your report on ArriveCan found the practices to manage the contracts were missing, quote, at the most basic level. So could you talk a little bit? Are you confident that the Treasury Board is taking enough of a leadership role over departments to implement procurement frameworks as they promised in response to your report?
So if I may just clarify the member, Mr. Chair, I have not issued a report on McKinsey. The report I believe that you're talking about was one that the Comptroller General's office did by asking all of the internal audit shops. I do have a report on professional services contracts coming, and at that time I'd be happy to draw some analogies between the two for you. So I think your question is probably best directed to the Comptroller General.
Absolutely. Thank you.
So actually, indeed, those reports were done by the internal audits of the departments that had contracts with McKinsey. There were, as you noted, weaknesses that were identified. The departments have action plan, but also at the Treasury Board, we also produced a report, submitted it to OGO committee as to internally the modifications and changes that we had done to our policies to strengthen them in relation to the findings. Also produced a guide for managers to help them when they have to make a decision as to when and how they should engage professional services. We were trying to provide them with, more tools for them to make the right decisions here.
So you identified weaknesses in both reports. You have come up with ways to strengthen the system. Do you feel like the system is adequately strengthened? Do you think that what happened with ArriveCan or with some of the contracts that we have with McKinsey, could that happen again?
So we've put measures in place as a result of these reviews. ArriveCan, obviously the contracting was done in the pandemic in 2020. So hopefully, to respond to your question, hopefully the measures that we've put in place will show some improvements over the coming while, and hopefully that should there be audits in the future, that we would see an improvement on the weaknesses that were detected in these audits, and on the future audits coming from. We will obviously adjust any of our actions in line with. There's also a procurement ombudsman audit on McKinsey contracts that is coming soon, if I'm not mistaken, and I want to speak for him, and the Auditor General's also her audit that she spoke about.
I'm sorry, but that's an outrageous response. Do you so based on all of these things that you've done, all of these improvements, do you think this could happen again? Well, we hope not. Like, there was criminal behavior that actually went on here. And you have employees that were working for the government that own companies that were getting paid by the government. And your response is, we hope so. Maybe it'll show up in an audit. Wow.
But these guys just don't care about ripping off the taxpayer. Like, they just don't care.
No, they do not care at all. And this is disgusting. And there's no accountability. And here's the thing, when there's no accountability that happens in the government, like there's this process that that I mentor people about, especially people managers. So if you have an employee, and let's just say they're on the bottom rung of the employment ladder, right? You just have an employee, and they're doing a terrible job. There's a period of time where the fault of that employee that's doing a terrible job is that employee's fault, because they're the one doing the terrible job, right? Well, at some point, that blame then shifts, because if that employee is continued to allowed to do a terrible job, well, that is no longer the employee's fault. That is the manager's fault, because the manager is now not doing anything and not holding that employee to account and not correcting the situation. So it's now the manager's fault that that employee is doing a terrible job for that company. Now, at some point, if that manager doesn't do anything, the blame shifts up again to the manager's director or senior manager, whomever they're reporting to. Because now that director is allowing a manager to not do their job to hold a poor performing employee to account. And as time goes by, this shifts up and up and up and up. So again, you have all of these employees operating within the federal government that are not being held to account. Nobody's being fired. Nothing is being changed. Nothing's being fixed. They're saying, oh, well, we'll throw some process at it and we'll see about it in another audit. Not good enough.
It's because there's no...
there's no repercussions.
Yes, thank you. That's the word I was looking for. Like, nobody gets fired from these government jobs, or like hardly anybody anyways. So you can do whatever you want. And the only time you get fired seemingly is when they find your hand in the cookie jar that you've contracted your own company to do the work.
Well, and let's even see if that happens. No doubt PSPC is going to step in and prevent that from happening.
Oh, because I guess technically he's not fired. He's just on leave, right?
Yeah, he's suspended.
Okay, there you go. They didn't even fire him. They found out that he was ripping off the taxpayer with his own company, and they didn't even fire him yet. He's on leave.
And to the incredulity that Garnet Janice had expressed, how many investigators do you need to do that? It was on his LinkedIn. So, like, come on, man.
I'm surprised Christian Firth didn't find it.
Right. But so that's why it's not good enough. So at some point, yes, this becomes the minister's fault. And if the minister doesn't do anything, guess what? It's Justin Trudeau's fault. So there it is. It's accountability due to inaction is what it comes down to. Okay, so we have Alice Avonlea gifting 5 Northern Perspective memberships. Thank you so much for that, Alice. 420 hitter with a $2 super chat. You can't fix corrupt or stupid. Fire them all. 100% agree. Ravi says with a $5 super chat. Correct. You cannot fix stupid, but you can muffle the sound with duct tape.
Very nice.
Here we go.
Thank you very much. Turning now to Ms. Kuzi. You have the floor again for 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. And I think that it's very important to note that if the NDP member is very concerned about transparency regarding not only ArriveCan but McKinsey, then she should be reminded that it is her party that blocked access to all of the documentation for this committee as well as the Government Operations Committee to review, and that she should keep this in mind in the future. Should she truly want transparency and want to obtain all of the documentation for review, that she needs to convince her party to provide her the authority to access this documentation.
Wow, well played,
Whoa,
Stephanie.
That was awesome. I wish I could give her a high five.
Well played, Stephanie. Sorry about the freeze frame, Stephanie. Let me just correct that. That's a little better. But yeah, absolutely. Call a spade a spade. You want transparency? How about your party not block investigations, not block documents and everything else, NDP? And this is great. Remember what I said? The Conservatives are going to be coming after the NDP. and making,
as they should,
turning up the heat on them as much as possible, making them as uncomfortable as possible for colluding with this corrupt Liberal government.
And this is the stuff that Canadians need to see. Like, there are so many Canadians that just, whether it's willful ignorance or I don't know, they do not understand that it is the NDP. Like, yes, the Liberals are making us suffer right now with their policies, but it is the NDP who I believe are more at fault because they're the ones propping them up.
Absolutely. And Diane Sylvain with a $20 super chat. I warned you that you'll need support with TBS, and now we all need support, LOL, because the answer is an action plan, and then everyone forgets to follow it or report back on the action plan. Not good enough. I completely agree, Diane. Daniel with a $7 super chat. Unfortunately, employees take a promotion as a stepping stone for the next. Yes, they do.
Mr. Chair, as you know, as Shadow Minister for the Treasury Board, I take very much seriously the responsibility of this role, and I believe that the President of the Treasury Board should take just as much, if not more, responsibility in being in the actual role herself for such a debacle of ArriveCan. And I want to ask the Auditor General directly, Madam Auditor General, have you had a conversation with the President of the Treasury Board, regarding your report on ArriveCan?
No, I have not. Typically, I do brief some of the ministers prior to releasing a report so that they are well equipped to know what the findings will be. In this case, I kept that briefing quite tight and did not actually brief the Treasury Board before ArriveCan. I felt it was important that all parliamentarians receive the report at the same time.
Certainly, as President of the Treasury Board, were I in this role, I certainly would be contacting you directly for a personal briefing as soon as possible. And it's disappointing to hear that this didn't occur. Monsieur Huppé, have you had a conversation with the President of the Treasury Board specifically regarding the results of the Auditor General report on ArriveCan?
So just before we go any further, I want to make sure everybody understands the statement that Stephanie Kusi made. If there was an election tomorrow, what that would mean is that Stephanie Kusi would then become president of Treasury Board Secretariat.
Oh, so it would be her job.
She would replace Anita Anand.
She's the shadow minister.
She's the shadow minister.
Right.
So it would be her job to oversee what Treasury Board Secretariat does. And it would be her job to be accountable for all of that money. Now, who would be Minister of Procurement Services? I'd have to look that up. But this is why she's here, especially in this committee. And it's interesting that she's like, the shadow ministers are starting to bring up, the fact that I'm the shadow minister for whatever. I'm coming for that job. This is what I would be doing. Canadians, are you listening? And she knows. She absolutely knows that Canadians are listening. She knows that Canadians are paying attention to committees now. They all do. Partly because of Northern perspective. But this is what she wants everybody to know. And when she does take over, I think all of Canadians are expecting a cleanup to happen. And based on everything that Stephanie has said, seems like that is going to happen. So, what is it that you do, TBS? Kusi will find out. Yeah, exactly. So, very interesting. And I do like the political play that she made there for Canadians to hear.
Thank you for the question, Mr. Chair. Absolutely, I did. Exactly 2 weeks ago. Not last week, the Wednesday before, shortly after the le dépôt du rapport of the Auditor General, I had about a 40-minute discussion with the President as to, the findings and also the action plan that we would be working on to make sure that we deal with this adequately. Now, I'm going to pass it over to Andrew here, who's got something I think he wants to add.
Just a quick clarification. I had a discussion with the Secretary of the Treasury Board where I informed the Secretary that we would not be having a briefing with the President. So that I want to make sure that it's clear that we were the ones that initiated that decision.
Yeah, but I think, Andrew, I think what Stephanie is saying is that after this report came out, I think that's the point. So after it was just, I understand what the Auditor General is saying is that they weren't going to give, like, because typically a briefing is given before Parliament actually receives the report. That's the whole point. But I think what Stephanie is saying is after that report was distributed, she would then be calling the Auditor General in to then give her a brief. It's like directly take advantage of that situation and get it firsthand. Like it's not nothing would be secret, right? So I think that's what Stephanie is talking about here.
Thank you both. I will say, as president of the Treasury Board, I would have demanded one. I'll now pass my time to Mr. Barrett, please, Chair.
You have 2.
Okay. Ravi says with a $5 super chat, she'd walk in and say,
what is it that you do?
There you go. Thank you very much for that, Ravi Sadies. Mr. Barrett, let's see what happens. I have a feeling we're going to be entertained.
Minutes, Mr. Barrett.
Was hired as CTO, Chief Technology Officer, in June of 2023. How much in bonuses would he be paid for this year?
Decisions around bonuses will not have been made, so I don't have that information.
Okay. So Mr. Doan perjured himself in front of a parliamentary committee that's lying for the uninitiated. Is that the type of thing that disqualifies a CTO from a bonus?
I'm not sure how to answer that question in the sense that, I mean, there's a lot of hypotheticals in the way that you posed it.
So the audio guys are not doing their job in the room, so
not us.
I tried to adjust it upwards. So, so this is, oh, Dominic, your first committee as CIO is not going well. So basically, Barrett's saying, you know, this is such a trap question for him too, and yeah, so is Mindone going to get a bonus? Well, a decision has been made yet. Okay, would perjuring yourself at committee disqualify you from getting a bonus? Well, you're.
Well, I guess so.
There's a lot of hypotheticals in there. You can just answer the question. For anybody, would perjuring yourself disqualify you from getting a bonus?
One would think.
One would think.
Someone lies to a standing committee of the Parliament of Canada.
Look at Genuous is losing his shit. Genuous is literally peeing his pants. He's like, where am I? How am I getting these answers?
I think I'm laughing almost as hard as he is.
Oh my God.
Amazing. These two are like the dynamic duo 2.0 because we've got like we've got Cooper and Brock, who we always call them the dynamic duo, and then Barrett and Janice are like 2.0. Love it.
Oh my God! Like, just look at Generous. He's just like, I can't.
Do you blame the poor guy?
All right, do you guys want me to rewind it at the beginning of this exchange?
Yes,
okay.
I do.
All right, we'll go back and I'll try and play it all the way through. Okay, here we go.
Board, I would have demanded one. I'll now pass my time to Mr. Barrett, please, Chair.
You have 2 minutes, Mr. Barrett.
Mindone was hired as CTO, Chief Technology Officer, in June of 2023. How much in bonuses would he be paid for this year?
Decisions around bonuses will not have been made, so I don't have that information.
Okay. So Mr. Doan perjured himself in front of a parliamentary committee that's lying for the uninitiated. Is that the type of thing that disqualifies a CTO from a bonus?
I'm not sure how to answer that question in the sense that, I mean, there's a lot of hypotheticals in the way that you posed it.
If someone lies to a standing committee of the Parliament of Canada,
Yes, if putting it that way, absolutely.
they cannot be bonused.
If
then.
it's a hypothetical, I would say yes.
Okay. How many email? And actually, I'm going to back up there. Would you get fired for that?
Quite possibly. It might even be you're not perjuring yourself. I would imagine the RCMP would take an interest in that.
Okay, Ms. Cahill is nodding her head that you'd get.
So when employees get their clearance, their security clearance, there are some criteria, and obtaining a valid security clearance is a condition of employment in the public service.
Okay.
Therefore, should the findings be found, it could really happen.
And is it known how many emails Mr. Doan deleted?
I'm sorry, I'm not familiar with deleted.
Dominic, come on.
Everybody knows about it. It was in the papers.
Come on. Are you kidding me? You don't know. You're the CIO. The CTO literally reports to you. This has been everywhere, and you're not aware of deleted emails?
That's such a BS excuse.
Oh, they're going to lose their shit on this one.
Ooh, bad move.
They are going to lose their shit.
It's a dumb play.
Come on.
Emails deleted.
You're not familiar with the tens of thousands of documents that it's been alleged that Mr. Doan deleted?
No.
That is the time, Mr. Barrett.
Yikes.
Ladies and gentlemen, the Chief Information Officer of the Government of Canada, whom the Chief Technology Officer of the Government of Canada, Min Doan, reports to.
You guys are right, though. This is hilarious and amazing and awesome.
Like, wow. Wow, wow, wow.
I mean, I'm learning something, but I'm also entertained,
Turning to Ms. Shanahan, you have the floor for 5 minutes, please.
Thank you, Chair. And
no, you do not have the floor for 5 minutes, Ms. Shanahan. Is there any value in Ms. Shanahan before I fast forward her? And then, because the stream is about 10 seconds behind, I will wait to hear. So, I'm not aware of all this coverage. Yeah, he's absolutely lying. He 100% knows. 100% knows. So, I don't buy it for a second. And this is the problem. You hire somebody who is just a like a government thing, 1 minute watch. Okay.
So I got a bunch of no's for skipping.
Okay, here we go.
And in the time that I have allotted, I do want to
It's an excellent question.
address the situation. I'm sorry, somebody else is.
Hot mic.
I'm hearing other.
That was Barrett.
Okay. To the Auditor General, in your report regarding ArriveCan, you make mention in 1.6 about the report that you did in 2021, Report 15, regarding the enforcement of quarantine and COVID-19 testing orders, that indeed the government improved the quality of the information that it collected and how quickly it was collected by using the ArriveCan application rather than a paper-based form. Because what we seem to be hearing from, specifically from the Conservatives, is an ideological objection to the idea of collecting information altogether. And yet the value for money here was the having a digital form of collecting information versus a paper-based form. Can you please comment?
Point of order,
on this?
Mr. Chair. We're ideologically opposed to not collecting information, which is what they did when they destroyed
of order.
records.
I would ask you to refrain yourself. Mr. Shanahan, I have stopped the clock. You have 4 minutes to go, please.
Thank you. And I would like the Auditor General just to comment on, because we can all agree that rules were not followed in the procurement of the ArriveCan, the contracts to produce the ArriveCan, and in the following up thereafter. That is certainly evident for all to see. But the value of the ArriveCan app is greater than the malfeasance that we see before us. I'd like to hear the Auditor General on this.
I think when it comes to talking about value at ArriveCan, I would put it into two buckets: the value that we saw during the pandemic, and then the value that would be enduring should the app continue to be used for automating the immigration and custom declaration form. So back in 2021, we did do 2 audits on border measures, recognizing it was the first time measures like this had been implemented at the border of our country. At the beginning, it was done by paper, and it was taking, in some cases, 28 days to get information to the public health agency, who were required to follow up on whether people were actually quarantining for 14 days. So the digitization of that form and the automation of what was happening at the border allowed Canada Border Service officers to be able to physically distance, which was important at that time, and also to then improve the quality and timeliness of the information so that the public health agency could take action and pass it along to provinces who were also using that information. So those were some of the findings that we had about the value at the beginning. And as I mentioned, now the enduring value would be whether or not the Canada Border Service Agency continues to use it as a measure to automate some of the aspects of crossing into our country.
Okay. So I saw a bunch of people saying you want to skip. But something extremely important was said by this Liberal. And a couple of people caught on to it. So I'm actually really glad that we watched this. What she said, like, you can't make this stuff up. What she said was that the value of the app was greater than the maleficence. So she's essentially saying...
It did more harm than good.
No, what she's saying is that it's okay that all this criminal shit happened because we got value out of the app.
Yeah, so essentially it did... Or no, it did... She's claiming it did more good than harm.
Yeah.
Sorry, I said it backwards.
Yeah. So she's like, that's okay. Doesn't matter that we spent $60 million on it. We got more value out of the app. That's what she's saying.
They didn't get value out of the app. The only reason it got used in the first place is because everyone was forced to use it.
So what Canadians need to take away from that is exactly what we already all know, but she literally said the quiet part out loud. We don't give a shit about how we spend taxpayer money. As long as there's perceived value, then it's fine. And anything that we spend under our government, we're going to make darn sure that everyone sees perceived value. It doesn't matter how much we screwed people over. It doesn't matter if there was criminality involved. It doesn't matter the reputation hit to the government of Canada and the public service. Doesn't matter at all. Like, this is what they're talking about. So this was really, really important, folks. I'm gonna see about, maybe clipping some of this in a like a committee clip that we do that some of you see that we drop. That's really important. Canadians really need to pay attention to that. That's outrageous.
Indeed, and that certainly will be important to monitor going forward. But those early days when there were no vaccines and no one really knew how to handle this, the only option we had was to be able to quarantine travelers and limit public exposure to COVID. Can we quantify the value of saving lives at that point?
I'm sorry, I'm unable to do that. I didn't do it at the time, and I would not be able to speculate on whether or not individuals quarantining had an impact.
Thank you very much, Auditor General. And just on the question of how do we monitor, how do we conduct oversight, we heard yesterday from Mr. Richard that indeed the cuts to the public service done by the Harper government, in which Pierre Poilievre was a member, hurt their ability to conduct those to conduct financial oversight. And so I would ask Mr. Roupe of the Treasury Board, given that the Conservatives have voted consistently against salary adjustments for the federal public service, pretending that they are for additional oversight, but again, voting against it. What difficulties does this cause in hiring and retaining the kind of financial talent that we need?
Well, yeah, that's. I don't even want to get into that one. Again, blaming the Harper government. You were in power for what, 5 years? You can't blame the Harper government for not having people to do this job. You wanted to hire all the talent. You had 5 years to do it. You did nothing. So Canadians don't want to hear it, lady. Revy says with a $2 super chat. Afuera. That's right. And Diane Sauvé with a $5 super chat. We need a meme short on Jenna's laughing for next stupid question, please. That was hilarious. Yeah, I'll see what I can do there, Diane. Trish Pearl with a member comment for 4 months. Thank you so much. Think how much more value it would have been if it was 80,000 and instead of 60 million. And that's zeroing in right on it, Trish. 80,000. Fine. You disagree with the app. You agree with the app. Fine. But at least the app cost what it should have cost if it was 80,000. I would even say with the systems integration and everything else, let's just bump it up to $250,000. Right? $250,000. So at least it would have cost what it should have cost. The problem is right now, the argument isn't whether you agree or disagree with the app's purpose. It's that it didn't work properly because it wasn't tested. There was no governance, there was no oversight, and it cost a king's ransom. That's the issue. Diane Sauvé with a $20 super chat. Thank you so much, Diane. What the border agent testified yesterday is that most of his members spent all their time helping people fill out this app.
Yes, I've heard that before.
There was no quote-unquote human border agents actually doing their job of paying attention to border security, which they would have been able to do giving these people the forms. So, there you go. And you're asking people that have never been to Canada to install a Canadian government app on their phone. I imagine a lot of people coming into Canada probably weren't too comfortable with doing that. And Robbie says with a $5 super chat, oh my freaking God, how the hell is ArriveCan possibly the fault of Harper? Everything's the fault of Harper. Doesn't matter what it is. Everything's the fault of Harper.
If it rains, it's Harper's fault. If it snows, it's Harper's fault. If it's too sunny, it's Harper's fault.
So, first of all, when departments introduce proposals for the reduction, they have to understand the impact and how they are going to implement this, and they have to understand, how they're going to minimize those impacts on the delivery of their programs. Your aspect of recruiting people, that's been a problem in different communities, and I think you've heard, Catherine Lilo, the previous CIO at this committee a year ago, mention how difficult that was. We have the same problems in the financial management world, as an example, in procurement. It's not only the lack of funding, it's lack of availability sometimes of these people. For example, in Canada, we don't produce enough CPAs, to be fair. So I do have a problem in recruiting and retaining. But again, I come back to the fact that the departments have a budget that they have to live within, and they have to make decisions on how they will deliver their programs efficiently within the set budget.
Thank you. That is the time. Now beginning our third and final round. Ms. Block, you have the floor for 5 minutes, please.
Kelly Block.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. And my questions will be directed to our Comptroller General. I'm sure that you are aware that 2 public servants have recently been suspended without pay by different departments, allegedly for their role in the Arrive scam. Your department now employs one of the principal players in the ArriveCan saga, as has been mentioned by my colleague, Mr. Mindone. And he is the Chief Technology Officer, a position which we understand wasn't posted. So not really sure how he managed to get into that position if it wasn't posted. Has your department been contacted by the CBSA with any suggestion of wrongdoing by Mr. Doan, or any suggestion that he should be suspended without pay?
I don't think they're allowed to disclose that, but I guess we'll find out shortly.
Thank you to Geeson007 with a $5 super chat. It says, Dan, the Liberals should use all the money they collect from us and use it to look up the term ideology.
Right, because they clearly don't understand what that means.
No. And thank you to PW with a $20 super chat. It says, this is better than reality TV. Watching the Liberal/NDP government trip over their own ideology and lies is fun and sickening to watch. Here's hoping we get the government that the people of this fine country deserve. Hear, hear.
Absolutely. And we will be there to make sure that they do their jobs.
Up to this point, the department has not been contacted with the suspicion of any wrongdoing on the part of Mr. Doan, or that notion that he should be suspended for something at this point. The investigation is still ongoing, but at this point, there was no incriminating findings against Mr. Doan.
So in previous testimony, we heard that President O'Gorman contacted the deputy ministers of other departments with some allegations regarding employees within their department. Are you aware if the deputy minister has received any communication from President O'Gorman regarding the allegations of Mr. Doan and the ArriveCan app?
And I'll let Mr. Rochon correct me here. So, to my knowledge, the Secretary, CBSA, did communicate with our department, and like I said, we were advised that up to that moment, it was not me personally, there was no incriminating evidence against any wrongdoing against Mr. Doan. As I said, the investigation is still ongoing, but that, to my knowledge, that was indeed communicated to someone.
Maybe I'll just confirm. I started my position on February 12th, and as I came in, I did have a quick conversation with the outgoing secretary, who confirmed with me that he had not received any incriminating information regarding Mr. Doan. And I do not believe that the new secretary, Catherine Blewett, has had any conversations on the topic as of yet.
Okay, thank you. What sort of reprisals would an executive level member of the Treasury Board receive if they were found to have deleted thousands of emails related to access to information requests and multiple ongoing investigations? And I know you've already answered a hypothetical question, which I think was based on facts around testimony given at the Government Operations and Estimates Committee. What type of reprisals would be in place for someone who has deleted close to 30,000 emails?
And this is actually a very good question by Kelly Block. This is the exact form that this should be asked at, because these are the people that are supposed to have the answers to these exact questions. You have the Chief Information Technology for the Government of Canada, so they make all decisions as it relates to information technology for the entire public service. And you have Treasury Board Secretariat that essentially control almost all of the internal public service policies that happen within the government. So if there's anyone that's going to have these answers, this is the venue to ask it.
I'm not an HR expert or a labor relations expert, but based on my experience of what I've seen, If there is malfeasance that happened and information that was genuinely discarded to hide something, for example, I mean, it could go to dismissal for sure.
There you go. Dismissal, and if it if it was done and there's a criminal investigation going on, then potentially obstruction of justice, destruction of evidence. There's a few charges I'm sure that could be thrown out there. Anyway, Daphne Devine with a $10 super chat. Just glad that rainbow-wearing woman stopped pushing her safe supply on Canadians. Ugh, that was her, was it not? Actually, no, it was a different person.
Yeah, so that's Shanahan in the movie, right? Or in the movie, oh my goodness. In the committee.
Correct.
Yeah, and then, hold on, I did look up the name of the former minister, which was Carolyn Bennett, and she's not the minister anymore.
Yeah, I don't even think she's an MP anymore. I think she's actually resigned her seat, and there's going to be a by-election for her if it hasn't already happened.
Yeah, it actually, the Wikipedia says she represented Toronto, St. Paul's in the House of Commons from 1997 to 2024.
There you go.
So it sounds like she is stepping down.
So so they look very similar, Daphne, but they are different people. But she's leaving, so she won't be pushing it anymore anyway.
Well, and she was kicked out of cabinet back in the summer anyways.
Yes, she was.
Thank you. Notwithstanding the complexity of procurement, as we've heard today, and the pandemic, which we know is not an excuse for the glaring mismanagement that was identified by the Auditor General, I would have to believe that your hopefulness about what will be found or what will be done, and your comment that individuals should not give you too much crap about what is being found, but give you crap if you don't fix it. What are you doing to fix it? And have you determined a time by which it will be fixed? And how are you monitoring the situation?
I didn't know you could say crap in committee.
I love that she's saying crap. That's great.
I thought that'd be like unparliamentary language or whatever.
Well, I think she wants to say shit.
Yeah, probably does. I don't blame her.
But again, there's these really good questions coming from Kelly Block. You know, when like she's kind of like Michael Cooper in that she's very unassuming, but and she comes across as, you know, kind of a little meek, but she really has really good questions, and you can tell, like, just by the look in her face that
she's not impressed.
She's going to get her answers.
Yeah.
So she's really, really good and really valuable on the OGO committee, and I see why they brought her here.
I think they brought everybody from OGO
They did.
to here, yeah.
And I think it's because that they have the most experience with the ArriveCan investigation, so they've subbed them into any committee that is having a meeting about ArriveCan.
I think that's the smart thing to do for sure.
So I'd just like to clarify, if there's an audit and there's something major that is found, you should take rap for it, honestly. What I meant to say is that audits are instruments that allow us to find weaknesses, and we should respect that, and we should take the measures to deal with it. So the department has a plan. We know of the plan, obviously. It was published. There are some actions that have already been taken. Now we need to monitor to make sure that these actions will actually work. There's also a plan being developed internally at TBS to make sure that we have a good handle as to, is there a larger problem here that we need to deal with? Is there something, like I said, always, although the rules have not been pointed in the audit as a problem, we owe it to ourselves to take a look at. Is there guidance that we need to implement, to do more of? Is there training that we need to do differently to make sure that our people that have these authorities, as I said, when you sign off on something, it comes with an accountability, sadly. So, but our job is to make sure that people have the tools and instruments to be able to discharge in those accountabilities. So we have to make sure to look at our own processes and tools to make sure that we're providing that to the people discharging on their accountability.
Thank you very much. Turn now to Ms. Khalid. Joining us virtually, you have the floor for 5 minutes, please.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Chair. So
just kind of going back to some of the testimony that we've heard today, it was said that a concern being raised about the procurement process, that small vendors or smaller vendors have a difficult time participating. So a team of 2 people, from all accounts that we've seen with GC Strategies, were able to take $100 million from our government starting in 2011 under the Harper government.
Jeez.
And have then moved on to change their name and then continue to take dollars from our government through the procurement process. Either they were the most brilliant company in Canada and the world, or something went wrong here. So I would really appreciate from the TPS if you can help us understand how that process works and how this was allowed to happen with without ministerial oversight.
Did you see that they were allowed to take money from our government? You guys were practically stuffing it into their pockets.
Yeah, and into their mouths. And into their hands.
And into the chalet.
Right into the chalet. You backed up a dump truck and you unloaded a whole bunch of money and dumped it into the roof of the chalet.
And you guys were initially trying to block the motion that would have brought Firth and Anthony back into committee.
And they blocked the motion, or they tried to. They voted against the motion for the Auditor General to actually do this audit in the first place. And now they're turning around saying, oh, we really appreciate the Auditor General for a report.
And, you know, us poor government folks, you know, we didn't see this coming. It's not our fault. Like, I hate how they try to turn it around and make Harper the enemy and themselves the victims.
Yeah, how was this allowed to happen? Khalid, you can suspect all you want, and, you know, could they have been doing shady stuff back then? Yeah, they certainly could have. Do we have evidence of it? No. We have evidence of it right under your nose as it related to the pandemic. And you have your own Treasury Board people, Khalid. This is probably not a good thing for them to say, well, you know, we accepted that controls weren't being followed. That means nobody was looking. And obviously people knew that nobody was looking during the pandemic, because you literally opened the floodgates and injected $500 billion into our economy, which is one of the primary causes of all of the inflation and increase in cost of living. And you want to talk about how the Harper government let that initial company earn contracts from the government. Sorry, not good enough, Khalid, and nobody's buying it.
Okay, we're going to get to a few super chats. Thank you to Robert Sadie's with a $2 super chat. It says, more word salad. Yum, yum. The dude with the $2 super chat. Trudeau got elected. That's what went wrong. Hey, don't blame me, man. I voted for Harper.
There you go.
And then Daniel with the $2.79 super chat says, Harper's fault. Liberals sinking ship desperation. That's right. And Rabu Sadie's with a $5 super chat. What's that whistling noise? Oh, Khalid is talking again. Well, as long as it's not my mic again.
Yeah.
Emotional damage.
There you go. Let's continue.
So thank you for the question. First, I think it's important to speak to the fact that small businesses, we encourage them to do business with the Government of Canada. What's important here is that is the company or the businesses doing business with government operating ethically? Are they operating in conformance with the rules? And are they getting contracts in a fair, open, and transparent way? And when we look at the history, the majority of contracts with this particular company were competitive. And so we need to look at the relationship that exists in the particular circumstances and what resulted in the award of various contracts, which the Auditor General and the Procurement Ombudsman have looked into. Broadly, though, I would say that it's important that the rules that we have in place exist to ensure that the companies that we do business with are good companies, and the majority of them are good companies that are providing valuable services to government and to Canadians. And that as part of that network of suppliers to the Government of Canada, we have small and medium businesses, minority businesses, businesses from disadvantaged and equity-seeking groups that are able to participate in the government procurement process, and managing that balance between a set of rules that does make it difficult, but also a set of a process that allows and encourages the participation of small medium businesses, and making sure that if that balance is not right, that we make efforts to correct that.
Thanks very much, Mr. Franco, and I really appreciate that you brought that up. And that whole procurement process. So I have some significant concerns about disinformation and how it's impacting our public service and how it's impacting the majority of how we do things within our country, and the fact that the majority of it is a fair, equitable process with a lot of...
What? No. Sorry, Khalid. I'm not going to let you continue your question before I address that. A fair and equitable process. 60% of the contracts that are awarded to third parties are sole source. They're non-competitive. You call that a fair and equitable process? No. I don't think so. It goes back to this whole thing. Your policy is that, it's supposed to be a competitive process for all contracts for the Government of Canada. But, only 40% of them actually meet the policy standard.
Less than half. That's, there's no words for that.
Accountability and a lot of transparency that we go through. So maybe... you can reflect on how all of the disinformation being pumped out by the Conservatives on our public service is impacting our public service right now in the procurement process.
See how she framed that, everybody? She put the witness in a box. It's very clever, but it's extremely dishonest and lacking any credibility and integrity whatsoever. So she's basically framing whatever the witness is going to answer under the guise of explain how, the Conservatives' efforts to provide disinformation, meaning deliberately misinforming Canadians, what's the impact on the public service? So whatever the witnesses actually respond is now under that frame. Not cool.
Honestly, I'm not going to comment on that. To be fair,
wow.
What I could say is that sadly, when there's a finding of this nature, this type of finding through an audit, it will shake the system, right? And that's normal. So, people, like I said earlier, a lot of people do a fantastic job and they've built a great reputation. But when something like this is found, you need to shake the system up, and you need to make sure that you go above and beyond to make sure that, we could rebuild back trust in our processes and our controls.
Okay. That's one of the first good answers he's actually given all night.
Yeah, you didn't walk into that trap.
I give him credit for that. He said, I'm not even going to go near your trap of a question. Not going to answer that. And two, what are you talking about misinformation? The Auditor General provided a report, found a whole bunch of problems, and the system needs to be shaken up. So, this guy's provided some terrible answers before. I give him credit. That was a good answer. So, please continue giving good answers like that.
And before we continue, I apologize. I had seen a $2 super chat float by, but it's not showing in our log, in either of our logs, actually. So I apologize if it was you. Thank you very much. And let Barnaby know your name. We'll make sure we read it out.
I really appreciate you said that, because I think that as we continue, there is a continuing diminishing of lack of trust within our public institutions. And when things like this happen, it really gets to that crux of that trust and just shatters it to the ground. So I hope that we can work together and that TBS and all of our government departments can ensure that we are spending taxpayer dollars in a responsible fashion. But just with respect to how your department operates, and I'm sure you have reflections on many other departments as well, how important is it that we fund departments properly so that they are able to conduct the public service that we require them to? And I know that the Conservatives have always voted against increasing funding for our public service, but I would really like for you to help us understand why that's important.
I've been paying attention pretty closely to committee. Please correct me if I'm wrong, everybody, but this is one of the first ones that I've seen them openly attacking the Conservatives while questioning a witness. I could be wrong, but it would have jumped out at me before. But it's strange.
Even committee is getting hostile now.
Well, it seems like the campaign trail has made its way into committee.
Right, that's exactly my point. Like, I don't believe that an election is 2 years out with them behaving in this manner all the time. Like, you cannot have a parliament that's this hostile and this poison for the next 2 years because nothing's going to get done for Canadians.
No, it's just it's a toxic mess.
Yeah. It's like a bad relationship. Just break up and get out.
And they're just because here's the thing: everybody knows Canadians are watching committee now. Canadians weren't watching committee like as much as they are now a year or two ago.
I don't think we were even really doing committee videos like 6 months ago.
Mm-mm. So
like I wasn't watching it.
Okay. So anyway, it's just interesting that's all right. Everyone is saying, or some people are saying, yeah, I've seen this before, and some people are saying that they haven't seen it. Anyway,
time will tell. Yep, time will tell.
Well, I mean, obviously, financial resources are important if you're going to deliver on programs. That's so you need. But like I said before, departments are allocated with a budget, and they have to make decisions as to how they're going to utilize these resources to deliver in the most effective way their programs. And they have to distribute that funding in a way that they're going to have, the right controls in place and sound foundation. So again, I come from the world of internal services, and I always vouch that important to also make sure that these activities are well funded because they become your foundation, right? If your foundation starts to crack, you will have issues. But again, I come back to the fact that departments are accountable to manage the funding that are provided to them and to make the best decisions possible on how they're going to utilize financial resources. But financial resources, like human resource or anything else, are key to being able to deliver on what you need to deliver on.
Thank you very much. Suivant, c'est Madame Secrétaire Desgagnés pour 2 minutes 30 secondes, s'il vous plaît.
Okay, before we get to the block, he did well. He did well in that exchange with Khalid. Didn't take any of the bait. Didn't fall into any of the political traps. That's pretty good. Janice Pollard with a $2 super chat. You deleted your message. If you have something you want to say, please tag Barnaby and we'll read it out loud.
Oh, that may have been the one that I saw go by.
Could be.
Yeah, I remember it started with a J.
Okay.
Okay. Good. We found it.
And Justin 007 with a $2 super chat. Oh, yeah. You know what that was? Because I don't see it in the log here, so it's probably way back.
Very good. We found it.
Justin 007 with a $2 super chat. Khalid gotcha backfire. Yeah, absolutely. Peter Whitten with a $10 super chat. I want to thank Barnaby for the advice earlier this week. The visit with my ex went well. She is all good. I think Khalid helped with that. Never go back. Thanks. Yeah. See, Barnaby? Never go back. Val, Montreal, Quebec. Thank you so much. Well, thank you very much for being a member for 3 months, Val, from Montreal, Quebec. We very appreciate everybody who joins us at Northern Perspective, even our friends in La Belle Provence. So, okay, let's go to the block. Fittingly enough, a good segue.
Thank you very much, Mr. Rochon. I have a very quick question for you, if I may. Now, hypothetically speaking, of course, after an employee has deleted an email, how long does that email remain in the cloud, and for what period can one recover such an email? Response: normally you can recover that kind of email for quite some time. How much time is that exactly? Response: I can't say with precision. It depends on the server, on the cloud itself. Question: well, at CBSA, for example, hypothetically speaking, of course, after you delete an email, for how long? You know the infrastructure at the CBSA. Response: well, that'd be a good question for Shared Services Canada that maintains a cloud. Shared Services can probably give you a more precise answer than I can. Now, I assume, under normal circumstances, that an email would be kept for 6 months.
Dominic, you're the CIO. You're in charge of Shared Services Canada. You're supposed to have this information. You're supposed to know that this guy potentially deleted emails. You're supposed to know how much. Dude, you're doing a terrible job right now.
They're all doing a terrible job. That's like the theme of committee.
And I get it. You just joined in February, but this wouldn't have been new. And if you weren't paying attention to all the stuff going on, then you shouldn't have been hired for this position in the first place. Just saying. Okay, we have, crazy script here.
I think it says Pure Night.
Pure Night,
and I
okay.
think you and I probably need better prescriptions for our glasses.
Well, it's very small. Anyway, member for 2 months. Thank you for taking the time and sharing the truth with us.
Our pleasure.
It is definitely our pleasure. Don't worry about that at all.
We did ask the question of shared services, and they still haven't answered that question. Curiously, they don't know, and yet it's their bailiwick. They don't know. But now, to come back to non-competitive contracts, willing buyer, willing seller, let's take a step back. And those sole source contracts accounted for about 1% of contracts in the early 2000s. And yet, in 2015, it's 18%. It was 18%, went through the roof, and in the last couple of years, it's now a quarter of, or rather a third of contracts. Is this because there's less competition, that there has to be willing buyer, willing seller contracts? There was the pandemic, of course, in 2023, but is it something that you monitor, Mr. Huppé? Response: accountability is the purview of the contracting authority. Of course, these things are monitored based on my experience when I was at a number of departments. When we engaged in proactive disclosure for those contracts, the Deputy Minister did ask those kinds of questions as a rule of thumb, and we tried to define whether or not there was a problem in terms of the use of non-competitive contracts. But that's one of the challenges in terms of oversight that the department engages in. But do you think that it was done? This kind of thing went through the roof over recent years. Is this something that still occurs, this kind of oversight, or is there less and less oversight? Response: I don't have any data in respect of that. Obviously, during the pandemic, those tools, i.e. sole source contracts, were used in a meaningful and substantive manner, but I can't really say. But generally speaking, what we do look for is a competitive process. Question: shouldn't you have that data? There's never been a worse year in terms of non-competitive contracts than 2023, and it's a post-pandemic year. Shouldn't this kind of analysis be done systematically? Well, when you referred to justifications for using sole source contracting, well, isn't it your responsibility? Doesn't the buck stop with you?
The floor for 2.5 minutes.
Block's not happy.
Nor should they be.
Nor should they be. Just like Canadians aren't happy. I don't think any of that needs any unpacking. She's just, why aren't you tracking this? And sole source has gone up dramatically under the Liberals. Why?
Why indeed? Thank you to Shed Dwelling Hermit with a member comment, member for 6 months. It says, have the Liberals accepted any responsibility for any of their failures over the last 8 years? I don't think so. Are we getting tired of the Libs' horse manure yet? Yes, we absolutely are.
We don't even need to put up a poll for that one, Shed Dwelling Hermit. Thank you very much for that. We're almost at the end, folks.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. And again, thank you to all of our witnesses for being here today. Mr. Sean, I'm going to ask you some questions, please. I understand that the committee heard testimony yesterday from Danny Richards, who is, of course, the president of the Association of Canadian Financial Officers. In his testimony, he said that when outside consultants and firms are hired, their employees are still left to do most of the work, as those consultants come to the public service employees for their work to be verified and their final reports to be done. This was something that the union representing the CBSA officers presented on ArriveCan, saying that they frequently were required to act as technical support. And I guess, I hear that, and I'd like you to clarify for the committee, is it the position of the government of Canada that we should be overpaying for consultants and contracts and then simultaneously underpaying the unionized workers who then also administer and verify the final products and the reports? And I guess perhaps you could even comment a little bit on whether or not you think it's fair that the expert members of our public service unions are frequently told that there's no more money to pay their wages, and then they are left with the residual work of companies who have made these millions and millions of dollars in contracts.
I'm sorry.
Did she say that unionized government employees were underpaid?
Yeah.
Because, the trope is that everybody wants a job in government because you don't do anything. You just sit on your butt and
get paid.
Get paid a lot of money. Now, I'm not saying that's what actually happens, but that's the trope, right? That's the joke. So
well, and there was a very public strike that happened over a wage increase with the government. Like, here's the thing, folks. They received somewhere in the neighborhood of a 15 to 20% raise. That's what they got out of those contracts because they'd been negotiating for like a couple years. So they got the retro pay and the new pay. They got a massive raise. And they're trying to cry, like, poor us in the public service. We're not paid a lot. Hey, lady, do you know how much private employees got raises over the last couple of years? Next to zero. So people who work in the private sector don't want to hear it. Government lives in this magical bubble where the Trudeau government just gives money out like candy. I don't want to hear it. And I see Allison saying, no, we didn't, 12% over 4 years. There were some of the local unions in the government of Canada that got upwards of 20%. But even that, 12% over 4 years, that's 3% a year. The average private employee gets between 0.5 and 1.5% a year.
2 if you're lucky.
Yeah.
And that compounds though as well, doesn't it?
Yeah, and here's the thing. So within the government, that raise, that's not performance-based, everybody. That's cost of living.
Yeah, so again, you could be one of these people that just shows up to work, does the bare minimum, and you're automatically getting that raise every year on the taxpayer's dime.
So, and we don't want to say that all public service employees are lazy people. There's a bunch of hardworking people in the public service that take pride in what they do, and they want to do a good job and take pride of serving, the government of Canada. There's a bunch that don't. So this is the thing, and this is what doesn't really get distributed out to the public. The raises that the union got, that's only cost of living. If they're not at the cap of their salary band, on top of that, everybody, is performance increases. So if you got a 3% raise last year And then if you did really well, depending on the union that you're in, you could have gotten between a 6 and a 9% raise last year. So in terms of increases in government, it's a different ballgame. Because the vast majority of private companies, there is no cost of living increase. There's performance-based increases, and they're usually between 0.5 and 1.5% if you do a good job. So just want to make sure everyone's kind of clear on that.
Thank you for the question, Mr. Chair. I'll revert back to referring to the directive on digital talent that I think we put in place in April 2023. And I will note that we put that in place with the input and ongoing engagement of the Professional Institute of the Public Service of Canada, PIPSI, which is, of course, the union that represents one of the, I think, the largest union, if I'm not mistaken, in Canada, with over 70,000 members. That being said, to answer your question specifically, I think what we're endeavoring to do, we know that we have a dependency. We're trying to get off that dependency. It's difficult because, as I mentioned earlier, there's a significant talent deficit in technology, and that's not just with the federal public service, it's happening everywhere. So we're looking for ways and putting in place tools to facilitate not just recruitment and retention, but development and tools to be able to deconflict and make sure that we don't become dependent, as it seems was the case here, on outside contracting. Outside contracting, I want to be clear, is still going to be needed, but it should be clear as to when it is justified, and the directive now puts in place guidance so that as departments and agencies go out and seek that contract help, they're actually checking in with that justification, and there are other eyes on it to confirm that. And just recently,
and I know I'm out
sorry.
of time, and I hate to interrupt you, but I do want to just say that this clearly, the talent deficiency clearly would stem from the fact that there have been massive cuts to the public sector by both the Liberal and Conservative governments, and fixing it after the fact is actually far more expensive than not having broken this problem.
Thank you, Ms. McPherson. Do you have a brief reply, Mr. Lachon? That was more of a statement, but very good then. Thank you very much. Turn now to Mr. Genuis. You have the floor for 5 minutes, please.
Cuts to the public sector. McPherson, the Liberals increased the public sector by over 40%.
And this is the thing, I get so frustrated with the NDP because they just have this narrative that they want to push, and it does not reflect the facts of what's actually happening.
Oh, it's in La La Land, right? And here's the problem. All the good questions that Helen McPherson was asking earlier, they're undermined by these stupid ideological questions that have no place here. So, and Dominic, he says, outsourcing and third-party contracts will always be needed. Yes, they will always be needed because you will never have a skill set for absolutely everything. But the strategy of which that should be employed is that you have an outsourced contract, and then during that process, after the project is delivered, part of the deliverable and that contract with that third-party vendor is to then train your internal resources. Doesn't matter if it's an IT project, a finance project, whatever it is. That's what should happen. And that's how you don't remain reliant on third party. And that was in the Auditor General's report. That sure, fine, outsource to a third party to build the app, but the support and updating, that should all be brought in-house, and none of it was at all.
Thank you to Janice Pollard with a $5 super chat. It says, Khalid is nothing more than a drama student. Her teacher sucks, by the way. He sure does. And we have Mercedes with a $5 super chat. It says, with inflation, the average meat popsicle has taken a rather significant pay cut. It's true, and I think all Canadians feel it, except, maybe the very few at the very top. But I think families across this country and individuals across this country as well, we're noticing that our dollar doesn't go as far as it used to. It doesn't buy as much nutritious food as it used to. It doesn't pay the rent the way it used to. Even our utilities are going up because of this carbon tax. So I think this is why we all need to talk to each other and really get it into the heads of those people who are still kind of like, oh, the Liberal government's doing a great job. No, they are the reason. All of their fiscal policy is the reason why we're in this mess.
And there's a lot of public servants that are not happy with this Liberal government either, right? So...
Osiris Gaming with a $10 super chat. I have been working contract with the CRA on and off for 3 years now, $25 an hour for flipping a page and pressing keys for 8 hours. There are people who work like a robot versus those who don't match a target.
Yeah, and that's one of the issues, right? You just have people that, like, they come in, they don't care, they don't do what they're supposed to. And by the way, people, you could be a... Like, when you receive your performance review, you could receive the lowest level performance review. Guess what? You still get the cost of living raise.
You could be on a PIP and still get a cost of living raise.
Performance improvement plan is what Fox is referring to.
Yeah, that's when, I don't know, say you're late every day for work, for example, and your boss writes you up. That's what a PIP is the write-up.
So, and that's more to do with the collective bargaining agreements that go on throughout the public service, which are also available for everybody. And Peter Whitten with a $100 super chat. Holy crap. Thank you very much, Peter. Our largest concern is what creates the Khalids of our world. It is our responsibility to use the knowledge that we share here with others and be gentle doing so, along with a discerning eye, humility, forgiveness, and love. We got this one, everyone. Well said, Peter.
Extremely well said. That is the goal here at Northern Perspective. You know, it's sometimes we all get frustrated, for sure, but Peter said it well, that we all need to remember to be gentle when we're talking with people who maybe don't quite see things the way that we see things, because we want to, like, court them over to our side. We want to help them see what we see, and you can't help somebody while you're yelling at them.
It sounds corny, but you want to win the hearts and minds, and you don't do that by calling people libtards, right? You can go ahead and call the Liberal MPs whatever you like, but as it relates to the voters, you know, they're trying to make the right decisions for them and their country and their family, and you know, we can disagree with that, but you know, we heard it on a super chat today. And we love it when people share this, and we've heard it on other live streams that people have said that they've taken the facts away from Northern Perspective, and that has allowed them to have conversations with people to change their minds, and now they're not voting Liberal. That's the goal here. It's not to shame people, it's not to demonize people, it's to inform people so that you are then armed with the information that can counter the, I will say, the disinformation that is being fed to the Liberal and the far left voters. And it's to win their hearts and minds and to use rational arguments to be able to bring them over so they can see that, no, actually, what you're being told is not correct. And unfortunately, you're being lied to. Here's the facts. You can go and independently look them up yourself. It's not some conspiracy theory. It's verifiable evidence. So,
well, and I was saying this in a comment today to somebody, just real quick, and then we'll move on. That we try to use reputable sources so that it's not just, you know, some random website or some random Twitter post, because anybody can post anything to Twitter. Anybody can make their own website or blog. So we try to use like recognized real sources so that you can bring the information to somebody, say, you know, this is what was on StatsCan. This is what CTV was reporting. This is what we saw in committee today.
Yeah. Dimension Dark with a 279 super chat. Here we go. Enjoy this coming now. Okay.
Oh, boy.
And Shed Dwelling Hermit with a $10 super chat. Do you think if the Conservatives laid off the 40% of government employees the Libs hired over the last 8 years and did what Javier Milei did in Argentina, I assume there's a second part to that. They have to be careful of who they lay off and what they lay off. They need to be making smart decisions, not just laying people off for the sake of it. Brenda Wee with a 279 super chat. NDP giving us misinformation. The Libs cried of, right? And I saw someone say performance pays for upper management only. So there's many different ways to call this. So performance pay is related to your performance review with your manager that you get every year. So that's performance related pay for performance. What upper management will get is that's where you get your bonus
Hazard pay?
or
Yeah.
at-risk pay. There's many different ways to say it. So at-risk or bonus, that is, or performance targets. Sometimes that's what it's called. That's bonuses for upper management. But paid for performance or performance-related pay, that's the increases related to that. But if you're in the union, in the government, and you're at the top of the salary band for that particular position, then you don't get any performance pay no matter what you do. Like it's extreme on both sides. And I think we got a couple more to get through. Just the dude with a $2 super chat, and there's another Fox for Fox. And Rabu Sadie's with a $5 super chat. Clyde Do Something does the same, and make sure that the articles are in the description.
That's good. That's what everybody should be doing.
Yep.
Because, again, you want Canadians to be able to access this information easily. Like, we break it down in the video, but if you want to do the really, really deep dive, then you can find it yourself by accessing all the links in the description.
There you go. And I just saw Selby say, Cypher, I'll never be able to hear the word lawyer without hearing your voice saying it in my head. I have now taken up permanent residency in your mind. I am happy to live there rent-free for the rest of your days.
Thank you, Chair. I am very struck by the comments of my Liberal colleague regarding lack of trust in public institutions, as if public institutions can be trust in public institutions can be disconnected from an evaluation of their conduct. I think public institutions have to earn trust. Now, the ArriveCan scandal is an earth-shattering
Point of order, Mr.
scandal.
Chair?
Massive.
Just 1 second,
Point of
Mr.
order,
January.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
Again.
Point of order, Mr. Chair. I don't like what he's saying.
That's not a point of order, Miss Khalid. That's what I
oh.
hope he says.
Here we go. Is this going to be, throwdown number 2 between Khalid and John Williamson? I guess we'll see.
May as well go out with a bang.
Ms. Khalid, your point of order is?
When conservative colleagues call it an ArriveCan instead of an ArriveCan app,
Miss Khalid, that is
impacting the public trust. That is the crux of what I was trying to get
Ms.
at.
Khalid, that is not a point of order. That is a term we're hearing both in this committee room, but also throughout Parliament Hill. Mr. Jennings, you have the floor. 4 minutes and 40 seconds, please.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So, trigger warning, my comments will use the word ArriveCan. ArriveCan is impacting public trust because it's an earth-shattering scandal. Massive cost overruns, rigged processes, double-dipping, disappearing records, over 10,000 Canadians incorrectly sent into quarantine, deleted emails, senior public servants accusing each other of perjury, multiple points of conduct that are likely criminal. Yes, this is impacting public trust. The public will only trust institutions when and to the extent that those institutions actually earn their trust. So it's pretty rich for Liberals like Ms. Khalid to talk about the need for public trust in institutions when they have presided over a massive decline in the effectiveness and the trustworthiness of public institutions and done nothing about it.
Mr. Genuis, just now, Ms. Khalid, you are. No, you're not the next speaker, but go ahead. You have a point of order. It's a point of order, not a rebuttal.
I'd appreciate if Mr. Genuis did not try to malign me. I've already been dealing with a lot of hate mail and a lot of threats in my office based on what the Conservatives have done. I would appreciate if you didn't put another target on my back. Thank you.
I bet Barnaby's the only one sending love letters.
I wonder who she's getting those emails from.
In all seriousness, though, I said it earlier in the stream and I'll say it again. Don't send the MPs hate mail. Tell them that you're not happy with what they're doing. You don't agree with how they're voting in the House. You don't agree with what they're doing. But please don't send them hate mail.
Oh, but I guarantee it's people saying, you're corrupt and blah, 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 and I don't want you there and all that. I guarantee that's what she's getting. And again, she's over-exaggerating, saying, well, that's hate mail.
Could be.
Again,
could be.
Justin Trudeau's government is anyone who disagrees with us is hate speech.
Well, and that's why they want to implement Bill C-63. And also, I was going to say earlier, I need you to clip Garnet Jennis saying trigger warning.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
That might be a meme.
That is the next meme. And we also want to say thank you to Daniel with the 279 super chat. It says, of the 40%, how many are directors and execs? I don't know if we know the breakdown of how many are like workers versus management for what the government has hired, but we do know that overall it's 40%.
Yeah, it's hard to say. It's hard to say. I would say it's probably 80% workers.
Yeah, because they don't usually. I mean, they don't usually make net new exec positions. It's not common,
well, they do
right?
if there's new departments.
Yeah, but it's not common.
It's not too common. There'll be like the odd executive position that's added in an organization, but it does all depend, and it also depends, if there's a proper organizational structure. Like there's some organizations out there that is very heavy middle management, and that kind of results in half the company being managers and the other half being actual people doing the work, and that's usually a very bad equation for a profitable organization. So anyway, let's go on and see how many other times Khalid wants to complain.
You, Miss Khalid. Mr. Jenius, you have 3 minutes and 50 seconds. Over to you.
Thank you, Chair. I would encourage Canadians who contact the offices of government members to be respectful, polite, and gracious, and also to criticize in a respectful and principled way the profound failures of this government. And I don't think there is anything wrong with criticizing the actions or conduct of members that merit that criticism in this Arrive scam scandal. Quick question for Mr. Houpe. A lot clearly went wrong with ArriveCan. You said we don't need new rules. Procurement is complex enough. I think it's too complex, actually, and the problem we have is that this government builds highly complex systems that end up masking corruption or direct accountability. But it seems like you set up a false choice, which is either the system stays as it is, or we add additional rules that make it more complex. Isn't the alternative to fix the system so that it's simpler and has clear lines of accountability so that we can actually identify and hold accountable individuals who engage in corrupt action?
So we're always looking to improve on the system. I think that would be a mistake not to do that. In this particular case, my comments were to the effect that, as the Auditor General mentioned, the rules were not followed here. So that's different than, I've got 30 years experience building a bunch of red tape on top of processes because there's something bad that happened is, in my mind, not the solution here. The problem is that we need to make sure that the compliance of the rules gets respected.
Right.
So that's what the actions will be.
I agree with you that making the system more complex isn't the solution. We need the system to be clear, to work, to hold people accountable for what they've done wrong. But that does mean pretty substantial changes, including changes in leadership. Now, I want to put a fine point on this. Your department, Treasury Board, actually sends the checks for ArriveCan, right?
Send the checks?
Signs the checks, pays the expenses.
No.
Okay.
No, not at all.
Okay.
No,
okay.
The department would approve the actual payment under Section 34, so there's someone that validates.
Okay.
And then the check printing actually happens by the Receiver General,
I'm
which is
getting
PSPC.
process aspects mixed up.
So tomorrow, PSPC.
But you're approving. So do you, to put a fine point on it, do you know how much was spent? I mean, are you able to answer the questions?
Listen, the Auditor General went through the files.
Right.
She did an audit, and she found, that she wasn't able to trace all the financial records. So, no, I don't, obviously, or else I would have given it to her.
Hence the problem. Chair, I want to move a motion now, and I'll explain after I've moved it, that the committee report to the House that it calls on the government to prohibit any government employee from simultaneously working as an external contractor. That is a matter at hand motion. I've sent an embargoed copy to the clerk who can distribute it.
Thank you. Just 1 second, please.
Good motion.
What's an embargoed copy?
Members have received that motion, and I certainly welcome all members to send motions to the clerk before they are tabled, just to move things along. You're not, of course, required to do so, but it does prevent. And again, you do so, the clerk will process it. And in this case, as in others embargoed, I I won't know about it, particularly when I'm doing my job up here, but it does help move things along. So we have a motion on the floor. I see Ms. Shanahan, your hand is up.
Sorry, I wanted to speak to it as well.
Okay, so an embargoed motion, because Khalid didn't know what it was. As
I
we
don't
all
know what
heard.
it is, to be fair.
So,
but I'm not an MP, so there you go.
So, well, it doesn't necessarily just relate to Parliament, but it's relating to anything that is published or made public. So, a lot of times, what happens in committee is motions are put forward, and then afterwards, when all of the clerks do their thing, you can actually go back to previous committees and see the minutes of the committee, and then you can see the evidence that was presented at the committee and things that were sent there, such as motions and stuff like that. So what he is saying is an embargoed motion is one that won't be published on the committee website until certain conditions are met. I don't know what those conditions are. That's kind of part of the embargo, but the different MPs should be able to see what those conditions are. It's just it won't be available for the public until those conditions are met. That's what an embargoed motion means. And I want to get to Shed Dwelling Hermit's super chat, and I'm going to link it with the previous one because it looks like an extension of that, so that way I can read it in its totality. Shed Dwelling Hermit. So, with his $5 super chat in conjunction with his $10 super chat, do you think if Conservatives laid off the 40% of government employees that the Libs hired over the last 8 years and did what Javier Milei did in Argentina by deleting progressive Conservatives to help lower taxes, or would there be too much pushback by the left? Well, it doesn't actually even matter.
Yeah, because if the Conservatives win the next election, they're projected to get a majority, if not a super majority, and the Liberals and NDP are not going to have a say at all.
And here's the thing. So when you're talking about some of these programs like dental care, like the child care benefit and stuff like that, those programs have largely been disasters. So when you're talking about funding for those programs, I actually don't think it would be, you would get probably loud pushback from the left, but it wouldn't be numerous, right? So it's qualitative versus quantitative. You would get a very small minority of loud people jumping up and down and yelling about it just because they're on the ideological train with the Liberals and the NDP. But it would be a vast minority of people, because the vast majority of people that are interacting with those programs know that they're terrible and they were implemented in such a shoddy way that it doesn't benefit Canadians like it purports to. Like you have daycares closing all over the place because they signed on to get the funding from the government and they're not getting enough funding. And the federal government's response is, well, that sucks to be you. Go to the province. So you've actually bankrupted a whole bunch of daycares. And now what happens? Well, now there's even less spots for kids at these daycares. And parents will know that in most cases, you're waiting to actually get into a daycare. So now you've increased those wait times substantially because now there's even less daycares around there. So I think there's not going to be a lot. But I think if I'm the Conservatives, what I'm going after first is all of the non-public programs that the Liberals have put in, like this stupid billions and billions of dollars for their housing accelerator, because that's just one big scam of bureaucracy. And like there's the Canadian Infrastructure Bank hasn't built anything, billions of dollars. Like there's so many different areas that they can take money from first. That way it doesn't seem like they're coming in and just cutting all the public programs. Diane Sylvain with a $50 super chat. Thank you so much. Khalid calls it hate mail. I do not believe it. She needs a safe space in Kansas, and her smirk is disingenuous. She adjourned the Winnipeg lab committees, and she did that with a smile. The chair called it a dilatory motion, but it was not debatable. Correct.
Yes, dilatory motions are not debatable.
And Sean with a $13.99 super chat. I can't believe it. Cleve didn't move for a motion to adjourn. Well, it looks like I lost the pool, so Sunday NP memberships are coming out. Gotta wait till payday.
No problem. Sunday's going to be a good day. Don't miss the live
That
stream.
is a good day to do it. Yeah.
It will be a great day to do it. I think we'll probably drop some as well.
And Ravu says with a $5 super chat, isn't it the CEO of Business Development Bank of Canada who hired her own corporation? I wonder how this will affect that. She was the chair of the Sustainable Development Corporation of Canada, Sustainable SDTC, Sustainable Development Technologies Canada. That's the one you're thinking of, Mercedes. And yes, she gave $210,000 to her own company. How nice of her. And she takes a salary of, I think, $120,000 a year, so she paid herself $120,000 from taxpayer money. How nice. Johnny O with a $7 super chat. We keep forgetting that the Conservatives will also fight the media party. Yes, they will.
Okay, pardon me, Ms. Shanahan. I'm going to go back to Mr. Genuis. Ms. Shanahan, is this, I'll come to you in a moment, Ms. Shanahan. Mr. Genuis is correct. He did not relinquish the floor. Mr. Genuis,
Point of order, Mr. Chair.
Yes, Ms. Khalid.
I believe Ms. Shanahan's hand was up. The motion is still being distributed to members, and I would appreciate hearing from Ms. Shanahan before we... As would
I, and as I corrected myself, Mr. Genuis was clear. He was not relinquishing the floor. He just was signaling to make sure members had the motion so they could review it as he was talking to it. So, Mr. Genuis, you have the floor, after which I will happily go to Ms. Shanahan. Over to you, Mr. Genuis.
Thank you, Chair. The motion that I have moved deals with the situation that we have recently heard about in the Arrive scam scandal, which is that one of the contractors was given $7.9 million as part of the ArriveCan process, and for what work we still don't have clarity on. But the Arrive scam scandal led to this contractor, Dalian, receiving $7.9 million at the same time as this person was an employee of the Department of Veterans Affairs. The Department of Veterans Affairs, by the way, also gave money to this company. So you have an employee of the government whose own department, as well as other departments, is giving money to his contract. Now this is absurd. As I said earlier, the reason we see any contracting out is based on the idea that the government doesn't have the internal expertise to perform a particular task. So why would the government, contracting out on the basis that they don't have the internal expertise to do something, contract out to someone who is also a government employee? It makes no sense. It allows individuals to double dip. This shouldn't happen. I had asked our witness today directly, are there rules that clearly prohibit this practice? He answered to the committee that there are not rules that clearly prohibit this practice, that there could be an evaluation around a conflict of interest, but that in his words, it is not disallowed. I think it should be disallowed that you have somebody making money both as a government employee and as an external contractor when they're being externally contracted on the basis of the alleged lack of internal expertise of government. So I would hope that this motion would have the agreement of the committee, and I think it's important in light of the evidence we've heard to send a clear message to the government that this policy, that this type of practice should no longer be allowed. Thank you.
Well said. Thank you, Mr. Genuis. Ms. Shanahan, you have the floor.
Well, thank you, Chair. And again, we see a colleague, member of this committee, pulling a stunt, whether it's at the top of the meeting or at the end of a meeting, in such a way where we're already meeting 3 times this week. We've met numerous times before, and I'm sure we will continue meeting again. The question was posed to the witness regarding practices in the ethics and conflict of interest that is pertinent to government employees, whether they have a dual employment, whether they are working somewhere else, whether they have contracts. It's not something that I personally think that we're going to settle in a prescriptive motion of this kind. We're public accounts. We study the Auditor General's report. We look at what has been done and what can be improved. And in fact, it is something that may well merit a larger motion to go to a larger study. I would suggest not necessarily and very likely not this committee, but I would ask Mr. Genuis and other members to please take the time to consult the members of this committee before springing on these kind of last-minute motions to us. And with that, Chair, I move to now adjourn.
We have a movement to adjourn. Clerk, please call the vote or call the roll call.
Isn't that interesting? That's very interesting. So, just to clarify what just happened, Garnet Genis put a motion forward that the committee recommend that no government employee can also be a contractor to the Government of Canada. That's what he's saying. The Liberal response, I want to adjourn the meeting so we can't address the motion. Wow.
He's just going to reintroduce the motion.
Yeah, of course he is.
Like, what are they buying? 2 days? Maybe? Because when does this committee meet again?
Tomorrow.
Well, okay, so like not even 2 days. Maybe 24 hours.
Like, this is insane. This is insane. Here we go.
Shall the committee adjourn? Ms. Bradford.
In favor.
Let's hear it, Ms.
Ms.
Pearson.
Vandenbeld.
Favor.
Ms. Kelly.
Yes.
Ms. Shanahan.
Yes.
Mr. Okori.
Yes.
Mr. Genuis.
No, absolutely not. We're in the middle of debate on this important motion.
Ms. Block.
No.
Madame Sinclair Desgagnés.
No.
Oh, sorry.
No.
My
No,
apologies.
Madame
Ms.
Cusi.
Cusi.
Against.
Madame Sinclair Desgagnés.
No.
Block voted
Ms.
no.
McPherson.
No.
NDP voted with the Bloc and the Conservatives. Motion
5
denied.
yeas. Yep, because the Conservative
5
chair, well,
nays.
he's Conservative.
Debate will continue.
Amazing.
Anything else to
I
say,
see
Ms. Shanahan?
No speakers. Clerk, please call the vote.
Shall the motion of Mr. Genuis carry? Ms. Bradford.
No.
Wow. Wow.
Ms. Vandenbeld.
No.
Ms. Kelly.
No.
Ms. Shanahan.
No.
Mr. Okori.
No.
Mr. Genuis.
Yes.
Ms. Block.
Yes.
Ms. Cusi.
In favor.
Madame Sinclair Desgagnés.
Oui.
Ms. McPherson.
Yes.
Wow.
5 yeas.
Motion carried, folks.
I'll break the tie. I vote to proceed with the motion. Vote in favor.
Motion carried.
Point of order, Mr. Chair?
Yes,
Of
Mrs.
course.
Khalid.
I'm just, or maybe clarification, I'm just checking to see how much time we have in the room. I have obviously other obligations in my constituency office. I would love to meet my constituents who've been waiting for me for a while. So just wanting to know how long we're going to spend on this motion.
It's just passed, so the motion is done. Mr. Generous has about 40 seconds remaining.
Sorry, this meeting, I mean.
Mr. Generous has 40 seconds remaining, and then we have Ms. Bradford, and then we will be done.
So there's 5 minutes left in the meeting. Okay, so for those that may be confused, what happened? Liberals voted to adjourn. NDP and the bloc voted with the Conservatives to not adjourn the meeting. Then right after that, they're like, all right, let's continue debate. And the Liberals were hoping that they would actually be able to get out of the meeting, so they had no fallback plan, so there was no other debate. And it's a pretty straightforward motion, so how could you debate on the motion? So, because there was no other speakers that raised their hand to continue debate, then debate concluded. Then it went to the vote. So then they voted on Genuous's motion. And again, the NDP and the bloc, I have to check the votes because somebody...
No, it was 5-5, and then because the chair is always the tiebreaker, and he's Conservative, he's going to vote yes with the Conservatives.
But I'm confused because, so there's Genuos, Bloc. Oh, Barrett wasn't there. So there's Bloc, Genuos, Kuzi. I guess those were the three Conservatives.
Yeah.
Okay.
One NDP, right?
Yeah, one NDP, one Bloc, and then
5 Liberals.
Yeah.
And the chair.
So so Genuos's motion passed. So the NDP and the Bloc voted with the Conservatives on refusing to adjourn, and then for Genuos's motion to pass. So sucks to be you. That's two L's you take on that, Liberals, and now you want to do this point of order crap. Now there's only about 5 minutes left. We'll watch the end of Genuos on his examination, and then we'll probably skip Shanahan unless there's anything to watch for her.
Ms. Genuos.
Although I would welcome the extra time, I do believe the rules involve that if I move a motion, I'm done with my slot.
No, I've consulted with the clerk on this. You're welcome to to end.
But, Mr. Houpe, has your minister asked any questions, asked for any briefings or information? Have you provided any advice regarding this practice of double dipping, of people working as contractors and as employees at the same time?
So the minister asked me, as I said earlier, questions about the findings of the Auditor General. I have yet personally to speak to her about that practice, to be fair.
Okay, she's clearly seen it in the news, I hope, so you haven't heard from the minister or been asked for any further information on this particular issue?
Not specifically, no.
And that is your time, Mr. Genuos. Ms. Bradford, you have the floor for 5 minutes to end this out. Over to you, please.
Anything for Bradford that we need to pay attention to, folks? My guess is no, but...
watch the chair at the end is one comment that I'm seeing.
All right, it's 5 minutes. 5 minutes. We won't interrupt.
And Ms. Bradford, you're on mute.
I believe, I believe it's, unless Valerie wants the time, I believe we made a deal that I would be taking the time.
Okay.
Absolutely, Ms.
Sorry
Shanahan.
about that.
No trouble, Ms. Shanahan.
I'm not.
You have the floor, and the clock's not yet started. So over to you, please.
Well, thank you very much. I welcome the meetings that we are having on this topic. It's a very important topic. It's all about...
I'm sorry. I said I wasn't going to stop it, but are you kidding me, lady? You were just complaining about all of the meetings that were going on. Now you're saying you welcome them? Come on.
Because now it's in her interest to say so.
Oh, my God. Oh, my God. What a disaster. Okay.
Finding out what happened and how the public service can do better as we go forward. I am not happy about direct prescriptive directions to the public service about what or what should not be done, certainly not prior to a fulsome study on the topic, which is why I and my colleagues voted against the previous motion, which again was sprung on us without prior discussion, without looking for a way, which we have done in the past.
This is damage control right here, folks.
Oh, of course it is. It's damage control for the public.
Oh yeah, because they know what's going to happen from this.
That Northern Perspective is going to stream it, and everybody's going to make fun of the Liberals.
Well, they also know that the mainstream media that is actually going to get a hold of this and is going to have the courage to report on this is going to be reporting something along the lines of Liberals vote to keep conflict of interest within federal government, enabling other situations like GC strategies and ArriveCan.
Well, I mean, technically, that's what happened.
It's exactly what happened. And now she's like, well, the only reason why we voted against it is because, we need a fulsome discussion. No, lady, there's certain things that are pretty darn obvious. And you don't have to wait a year for an investigation to have to then come back and say, oh, well, yeah, we should do that. We knew that a year ago, but yeah, now that we've waited for a year, let's continue. So this is pure damage control. They took 2 losses right now. Well, they lost in Durham huge. They got embarrassed to hell and back. But 2 more losses today, and that doesn't look good. So A, they tried to get out of the meeting to stop that motion, and B, they lost the motion.
Looking for a way to frame a motion which does not normally fall into this committee's remit, not normally in our mandate, but we have found ways working with all the parties to put together a motion that would indeed represent the wishes of all members of this committee, because this is a committee that works normally on a consensual basis, and it is very disappointing to see it being instrumentalized, used, and weaponized by certain members for their own, I guess, social media purposes. But on that note, my concern is with producing a list of people without any context. And I would like to hear Mr. Houpe and the Auditor General on what they think of this motion. Thank you.
Honestly, I don't have any comments on the motion. This is outside my pay grade here, so I'm going to leave the system take care of itself from that perspective.
He was actually disgusted to even get that question. Did you see the look on his face? Like Houpe, he like shook his head and was like, "Oh, jeez, like, piss off, lady." Like that was the look he had. And then at the end, he did it again. He's just like, "What, you stupid people? Why are you trying to drag us into this?" But it's the Conservatives that are the ones that are grandstanding here.
Auditor General.
Again, I'm not going to tell the committee how to carry out its business. What I can tell you is that there are rules that already exist around public servants needing to disclose whether they have other employment income sources. And that disclosure is meant to ensure that there isn't a conflict of interest with the duties of a public servant and other duties that they may have. I would argue that it's a situation where the rules need to be enforced. And so it starts with awareness, making sure all public servants are aware that the rules exist, that the disclosure happens, that the dialogue happens between a supervisor and an individual. And then finally, that once a decision is made, whether other employment is allowed or not, it's well documented so that there are no situations of ambiguity. That it is very clear that a public servant should not do something that would impede their ability to be objective and fair as they carry out their responsibilities.
Well, thank you for that, because I think that is the reassurance that we need, that the rules are in place, that proper procedures be followed, and it is not for the political arm to start telling to start governing, to start micromanaging the departments and the procedures of the public service. I think it has been said here before, we have a public service that is second to none, which is why it's even more important to find out who are acting contrary to that, who are the bad apples, and how we need to address those problems going further. And Chair, you did say that this would be the last slot, but I'm afraid I have to move on as well, and so I move that we do now adjourn.
Well, you are done, so do you want me to take a vote, or do you want me to excuse the witnesses? You have moved it, so you've moved it, so go ahead, Clerk.
Yeah, let's do it.
Shall the committee adjourn? Ms. Bradford.
Yes.
Ms. Vandenbeld.
Please vote no, just for spite.
Ms. Khalid. Ms. Khalid.
Pay attention, Khalid.
Apologies, I'm deciding whether I want to continue on this very important topic. Yes.
Ms. Shanahan.
What?
Yes.
Mr. El-Khoury.
Yes.
Mr. Genuis.
No.
Attaboy.
Ms. Block.
No.
Ms. Kuzi.
Against.
Madame Saint-Cloud de Gagné.
Oui.
Ms. McPherson.
Yes.
7 yeas, 3 nays.
Love it.
Your turn is supposed to adjourn.
That was
I'm
for
starting
spite.
to adjourn. Thank you for coming.
See you tomorrow, Chair.
Thank you. Yes, thank you.
That was funny.
Wow.
So I assume that's it. Not going to let that music play. Wow, everybody. I admit I was skeptical about the content of this one going into it. I didn't know if this would actually be a riveting committee meeting, but I was, in a way, I'm happily disappointed that I was wrong. I kind of went into this thinking it was going to be pretty dry, just as I thought the Auditor General report was going to be pretty dry. But then then that happened. So, but I don't know. Very, very interesting. I think we learned a lot, and God, we've learned that although not complicit, there are problems at every level of this government, every level of this public service. There is rot throughout, and there needs to be a full reckoning on how our money is spent, where it's spent, and who spends it. So that's my thoughts. Any final thoughts, Scott, Fox? Almost called you Scott.
Yeah, my name's definitely not Scott. I don't know. It just altogether, we talked about so many different things, not even necessarily related to the committee. There's just so much going on right now, and I really, really hope, number one, the fact that the NDP voted with the Conservatives is a positive sign, because they're doing it in some committees and they're not in others. So I don't know, maybe that's a sign of good things to come, but I really hope Canadians are able to see exactly what's going on with this government, and that it's pretty shady.
Yeah. Ninja Squirrel Studio saying the bald guy was the one in charge of the internal audits. Be very afraid. You're thinking of the other guy. So Hupe was not the guy in charge of the audits. He's in charge. He's the controller of Treasury board. The other guy with the glasses, who's also bald, that's Andrew Hayes. He's actually a very sharp cookie. I have as much confidence in him as I have in Karen Hogan, and she's demonstrated herself to be quite objective. So I actually have zero concerns whatsoever as it relates to the Auditor General's office. I think they've conducted themselves admirably, provided a very objective report, and continue to provide very objective answers. And I look forward to that continuing. And that is why nobody on either side of the aisle is disagreeing with her and her team on this. So just to make sure that everybody is clear on that. So Diane, I miss Gord Johns. Nobody misses Gord Johns. But anyway, that's it. I doubt if we're going to be doing a live stream tomorrow. I'll probably take a peek, but I doubt.
I don't think it's going to happen. No.
We're getting ready for Sunday. Sunday is it's going to be a big day. So just make sure you're there. I want to say a lot more, but I'm not going to say any more other than that. We have a member comment from Hunsford. Thank you very much. It's a guarantee that her hate mail is people emailing her, telling her that they don't like what her and her corrupt party are doing. I completely agree with that. Master of Snatch, member for 2 months. Thank you very much. Keep up the good work. I've learned so much from you guys. Thank you very much for that. Bravo says with a $2 super chat, stab self in ears, make her stop. Well, I did. So,
it's over. Yay.
So anyway, thank you everybody for coming out. You can look forward to this being clipped out into individual sections over the course of the next week or so. And thank you everybody for your support. Thank you very much for your contributions. And this is how we change this country, one conversation at a time, with people that vote differently than us, respectfully, and with kindness, as it was mentioned before. So take care all. We'll see you in the comments, and I doubt we'll see you before then, but so if that's the case, we will see you Sunday for the live stream.
Have a good night, everyone. Thank you.